Arch Crystal. Also, Tothbrush, thanks for that Prime subscription. Cheers. And also, chat, can I get a round of beers and whatnot with a brand new sub? The one fort that I know that is close to as old, or that the oldest well-documented fort is this one here. I can show you. Arch Crystal, which maybe you've heard of. Arch Crystal is a fortress made by Sathatos. If I can actually find the post. There it is. Don't mind how zoomed in I have this stuff. The forums are hard to read. Is that the actual post? No, where is it? Quant isn't finding what I needed to find. Hold on, let me go to DuckDuckGo. Okay, there it is. This is Arch Crystal. Arch Crystal was shut off after 500 years of in-game time, and this is the forum post with the history of it, including invading hell, finding fun and dragons. If you want the link, there's the link. But I think that there's another one that was 600 years old. Anyway, but it's not as highly documented. Longdeath is an attempt at matching and surpassing that by streaming the whole thing. He says that he kept, I mean, he pops into the channel all the time, and he was in here yesterday, Sathatos was, and he says that it was down to about 2 frames a second, but keep in mind, and it took him about 6 years, but keep in mind, Arch Crystal was also a much older version of the game. I have no frame rate problems whatsoever, and I've got lots of, like, I'm currently cleaning caverns with lava. I have no frame rate problems, and I'm only one version behind. So, yeah, I have absolutely no frame rate problems. Anyway, we're jumping in. Let's see if we can figure out this ghost problem. Cause what the hell? But yeah, no. This is Longdeath. To anybody who maybe hasn't seen this fort, this fortress is very large. We don't have a huge number of dwarves though. We currently have 33 dwarves, but overall we have 48 because we have a bunch of merchants in the fort that just live here. And this is the actual fort itself. The tube in the center is full of lava. We've been yesterday. This is our magma forges. Here we are currently cleaning the caverns with lava. So I've got 2 tubes. So we're going to continue doing that today. That's still the primary job. I want to get all of the webs and corpses up out of the left side and the bottom left. We've kind of done the middle mostly, but because these caverns haven't really been inhabited in about roughly 150 plus years, and we've had access to them since year 120. They're kind of full of corpses and things that make them really hard to inhabit. So then after that, we need to make ourselves an obsidian printer, but that's the next job. Anyway, as we go further down, all the way down, this is our drainage for the lava tower in the center and our reservoir. And then we could go further down, and eventually get to the lava sea, which is down here. Every human faction brings us a bunch of cleaning it with a lot of loving red glowing lava. Yeah. We're actually dumping lava all the way down into here from up there, although it's more on the right side, which is kind of fun. So we've got a ton of lava pouring in on the top side here. I don't know where the 3rd cavern layer is. I've only found 2, but this one is so deep, I'm almost wondering if it's the 2nd and 3rd one, or if the 3rd one is even further down, which I haven't gone down to yet. So there may be another cavern layer that we haven't actually seen. But we're just pumping lava into places. I also would like to make a lava moat at some point now that we've got this built around. No, we're not on a volcano, but volcanoes can partially form in DF, so when you dig down, you can find like a lava spout in one of the lower cavern layers, and that's what we found. So we didn't actually go all the way down to the magma sea, but we did. There is some volcanic activity underground. Yeah, so it's like a lava pool. Anyway, we've had this weird problem with moods recently, where dwarves have been getting oddly depressed, and my outpost liaisons and royal treasurers specifically have been going crazy. And I have a theory, which is in Dwarf Fortress, ghosts appear if you don't memorialize corpses. We've had a few human royal treasurers die in the fort. However, none of them got memorialized. We just crushed their corpses because I didn't realize that anything could happen. Now, I've developed a theory since then that actually, maybe we should be memorializing them because let's just make some slabs. Let's make 10. What if they are turning into ghosts and we just can't see them? Because the strange happenings are very fitting of somebody who would be getting haunted in Dwarf Fortress. So the more I think about it, the more I'm like, there are ghosts that we can't see in this fort. So I'm going to try memorializing, I think, all 10 of the royal treasurers, at least the ones that we know for a fact died in the fortress. But every single royal treasurer that we still have the name of, I'm going to try and memorialize them. We are currently moving all of our blocks and stuff and ore down here because this is going to be our, this is our metal industry now. But we have some mood problems, and we haven't had mood problems in the fortress in a very, very, very long time, so it's not cool, and I don't like it. You know, change for ghost on the memorial? No, there is no listing of ghosts, but like, maybe I'm just going crazy. I could be completely wrong, but my theory is that there are ghosts. And I know that might sound crazy, but like, these are all the dead, right? Like, and there's a lot of them. But that's my theory. Ghost vampires, that doesn't really affect anything, whether or not they're vampires. Also, there are probably no vampires in the world outside of the one in my walls. It's fine. He lives there. He's quiet. He just sits there and screams in eternal agony. So we got plenty of that. But because there are so few things going on in this world. Okay, so this is where these begin. Bakar, Etan, Zetan. I think that those are all like people's pets. This is going to be a problem because there are so many animals. So that's one of them. You have the names? Well, Ganech Vesakar is one. It was the last one to die. So I guess we'll get that one going. We'll do that. Oh, there's Tejism. That's the one that's our theory. And now the reason we're suspecting this human. The reason we're suspecting this human is this. And this was posted by Stone, aka Seashore's Wall in chat. Because I have you can download the save file on the VOD for it, or yell at me and I'll give it to you. This person here, Tejism, bled to death in 252, slain by a dwarf after going berserk, right? Mysteriously went berserk in 252, right? Then in 280, killed Goffer. So 30 years after this human died, somehow mortally wounded and suffocated Goffer. And every now and again, I'll have like a random dwarf die. We had one yesterday who just kind of randomly died, who I just kind of figured was depressed. So we've got random dwarves dying that are not being killed by anything that we can see. If you have an explanation for this, feel free to dump it in the chat. Gave him a wound and he died from it as a final hit. Like, so he got like some sort of sickness and then died of it? Because I remember when I looked at it, it was suffocation that killed him. He died of suffocation. So I actually assumed that what happened was he fell asleep in the tavern and got too much alcohol dumped on his face. That's what I assume. But that dwarf, Goffer, never had any health problems, though. In history, he was killed by a goblin. Weird. But 30 years? 30 years. Because I know, like, infections are... Like, I've had dwarves die of infections and whatnot, but usually it's more obvious than that, and they don't usually just keel over. Usually they have some sort of mortal wounding or something. So I don't know. I'm just going to go through and memorialize all of them because there is so many other weird things happening. Like, this doesn't explain the random tantrums. Like, I've never had an outpost liaison or a, like, I've got a dwarf down there who's, like, melancholic, right? I've never had an outpost liaison tantrum before this. I've never had a royal treasurer tantrum, and they are systematically dying from tantruming now. Like, every single time they are dying from tantruming. Every single outpost liaison or royal treasurer goes insane within a couple of years. Which is like, I know that infections are a thing, and I know that, like, someone could have a lasting wound, and then that lasting wound is the final hit that kills them. I've seen that before. But this, to me, feels different. I could be wrong. Like, I could be completely off base with this, but... it's regardless of what it is, this game's too cool. Anyway, the dwarves that are currently alive in the fortress are pilots, Abe, Jack Nurick, LaFonda, Whitcode, Evil Trick, Costlord, Max, Quevenair, Vim, Free, Lumpy, Arch, Dominoc, Cyrolac, Stone, Patchwork, Corvius, Swade, Defcom, Aqua, Massive, Peter, who's the mayor still, Tiny Goliath, Jess, Taurus, Ghost, not an actual ghost, just named Ghost, Seeker, Knowles, Blue Water, Murfist, Caveman Crafting, Gate Nerd, Listless Onion, Authority Denial, Belug, Tygo, Radio Free Olive, The Scoid, and Diamond Destruct, and a bunch of unnamed merchants, so if somebody would like a middle-aged merchant, give me a shout. I mean, Peter, your dwarf is the mayor, for whatever it's worth. You're literally like the high, upper management of this fort. Yeah, and we are importing all the fancy metals because we do have plenty of iron and steel in the fort, but Animal wants to be Merchant. All right. This dwarf's a little sad after being away from friends, bored after being unable to practice craft, but we can fix that. Animal. This would be IV, I think. Is married to Authority Denial III, and is a worshiper of the god of death and vomit, I think. I'm doing all right. Grin. Hello. Hey, hi, hello. He is 95 years old, born on the 27th of Timber in the year 217. His cobalt eyes are incredibly close set. His nose bridge is incredibly concave. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his medium length hair is neatly combed. His eyelashes are extremely long, and his somewhat short ears are somewhat narrow. His hair is a crew with some gray, and his skin is sandy taupe. Dreams of mastering a skill, and that's about it. Does not find most jokes humorous, and he is stingy with resources when working on projects. He refuses to expend any extra effort and is curious and eager to learn. Tends to be passive in discussions and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and has a tendency to form deep emotional bonds with others. He has a calm demeanor and he acts with compassion, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and doesn't handle stress well. Tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and tenses up when he's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. I mean, just by sheer odds, not everybody in chat can be doing well, but hopefully the majority are. Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters? I mean, ghost miners, maybe. Maybe ghost wrestlers? I don't know if dwarves bust. When possible, he prefers to consume giant mongoose and sandpear cider. Well, we're never going to get you giant mongoose, but at least you can stay away from snails. Where did animal go? There you are. Let's give you furnace operating and all the basic meddling stuff. Those, and we'll give you mining because I need more miners. Hey, Vlog. Just because Ghostbusters. All right, so is anybody engraving that memorial? So Vlog, did you see the thing that we're trying to sort? Well, actually, I don't. I don't think I have any slabs right now is the problem, so I'm just gonna wait for some dwarves to make me some slabs. Actually, here's a question. Do I have enough masons to get those jobs done right now? We'll see. Give it a minute. No, the thing that Stone posted in the DF Talk section of Discord. Because there are unexplained deaths that could be caused by injuries that happened way after the fact, which is a possibility, but doesn't explain the tantruming merchants and weird happenings surrounding... And weird happenings surrounding outpost liaisons and royal treasurers going insane. I have a theory that there are ghosts that I can't see in Dwarf Fortress. I have a theory. Because a common cause of tantrums, at least for me in DF, is when I have a lot of, what do you call it? Like, combat going on in my fort. And a lot of, what was it called? Like, performance troops and stuff coming through. My theory is, if they die, is it possible that they could die and become ghosts that the player can't see? That's my theory. Because I've had a couple outpost liaisons die. Or one outpost liaison die, and I think 2 royal treasurers die in the fortress. And since that's happened, every single time the humans come in trade, I have multiple humans tripping. I've seen humans randomly pop into combat logs, like colliding with things when they are coming to trade. And I've seen that with the dwarves a couple times too. Well, in Dwarf Fortress, you can see ghosts normally. They pop up as a little N. They're the same as a night creature, right? But there's been weird stuff happening to trading caravans and outpost liaisons. So my theory is there are ghosts that we can't see. Anyway, I pinged Clinodev to ask him if he had any thoughts. We have to trade with some elves. But I'm going to just try memorializing the humans that died. In fact, I can do one now. Let's get Tedgism first. Because one of the biggest mood debuffs you can have in DF is seeing a dead ghost. Ghosts are horrifying in DF. Nobody wants to see a ghost. Let's just get those two, who I know both died here. Because the Outpost Liaison, the dwarves, when they die, I mean, why do we say anything that we say, Grin? Like, let's be honest. When an Outpost Liaison dies, they get put in a coffin, like a normal dwarf, right? Cutest ghost. Where's cutest ghost when you need him? When an Outpost Liaison dies, they get put in a coffin like a normal dwarf. But when Royal Treasurers die, they don't. They don't go into a coffin because they're not a member of your faction. They just get left. So I would crush the bodies and forget about them. So my theory is that they are dying and question mark. Yeah, and that's what I'm doing. That's been a thing since 2012? Really? Well, I'm specifically talking about Royal Treasurers. Hex Wrench. But I don't get any notifications about a ghost haunting, right? Like normally when a ghost haunts in Dwarf Fortress, you get a notification at the bottom saying, so-and-so has risen from the dead, blah, 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 and then you see spooky ghost sounds, right? Like, and then, like, dwarves get haunted or whatever. But I'm not actually seeing any notifications of that. And I'm not seeing them in the world, but I am seeing the results of ghosts. I've got Outpost Liaisons going insane, and I've got weird things happening to trade caravans, specifically the human trade caravans. Whenever the humans show up, they always trip, they always collide with things, which are two things that can happen when ghosts are around. There's spoilers here, but stuns is something I've seen. Obviously I've seen them throwing tantrums, not specifically possessed by anything though. I've had things collide, and I've had a lot of objects getting misplaced. Although I think that might actually just be buzzards. But it doesn't blame it on anything. So but I have seen items get misplaced, specifically misplaced with this second half piece of text not there. Because this is weird. This is really, really weird. And like, it's this is just new to me. So let's see. Okay, we got both of those done. I don't know where to place them. You know what? Let's put them over here. This will work. Over in the corner here. Tedgism. And then you. I mean, I could also, like, not place these memorials and see if anything else happens, because theoretically, if I place the memorials, it'll fix the problem, right? I mean, when you want to talk about things that are dead in this fort, where do you want to start? You know? I don't even think I've gotten close to the bottom of the livestock list yet. Okay, that was it switching. But, like, there's a lot of things dead in this fort. 10,000 to be specific. But, like, and since the tantrums started happening with the Royal Treasurers, I've started having mood problems. As you can see, there's a handful of depressed dwarves that have been seemingly unfixable. Up until this point, I've been able to fix almost every tantruming dwarf that's happened with little effort. Like, it's about as easy as put them in a squad and let them train for a bit, or like this one, you want to train for a bit. You're in Bear Fighters 1. Let's see if I can get you guys training again to, like, fix that. But like, it's usually been as easy as just like put a couple dwarves in a squad and tell them to train for a bit. But you know, I've had the odd merchant die, as well. But fuck if I know who they were. So I don't even, like, Kavish died most recently, who was the outpost liaison. But like, I guess theoretically we should just go through this whole list and engrave a memorial for every deceased non-fortress based merchant. Like, the new project, I suppose, yeah. I'll tell you this, Grin. You have my blessing. Just put my name in the credits, please. Actually, genuinely, what I want someone to do is I want someone to make a wiki chronicling this fortress. That's what I want someone to go through the VODs, and because I'll just give you the save if you ask me for it, and I want someone to make a wiki for it, because I already spend 8 hours a day basically playing this fort. Hey, Swordsman, how you been? It's good to see you, man. Long time. What you been up to? I mean, here, I'll give you the most recent upload. The most recent upload is from year 300, which is, I upload it every 100 years, but if you ever want it, just ask me. DM me when I'm offline and I'll chuck you a link, but... You love wikis? Huh, there you go. Well, that's it. I mean, that's like 6 years behind, so it's a few years back, but... Actually, I didn't post it in the Discord. Hold on a second, I'll do that. Now it is. That you reminded me to do that. Also pin it. But yeah, no, that's... Because I forgot is why it's not already in there. I mean, there's only 10,000 things on this list. It's like, I've written longer documents than this for school, so... It's just crazy. Vampires dying can produce ghosts, and you need to check legends for their real name, and before you can memorialize them and remove the ghost, then they get odd notifications about having risen from the grave and having been cursed once already, and sometimes it informs you, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe a bug is causing a broker was a vampire because of a similar bug. I don't believe that there are any ghosts or vampires in this world, period, except for the one in my fortress. Just because the world generation for this world was only 5 years. Like, we literally stopped it the second it started. So because of that, I don't know. I do not know. But yeah, no, the only known vampire in this world is in my walls, because it was one of my dwarves who tantrumed, who punched a statue. And it's only happened once. No one else has done that since. I want to say Zulban, this dwarf who's behind my camera. I want to say they were one of my merchants. It's the ghost of Soxma. Well, you see, the merchants are actually members of the fortress, so if they were to die and not be memorialized, they would just spawn a normal-ass ghost. Specifically, what we need to find are outpost liaisons and other dwarves that spend a long period of time. No, I didn't. Because I didn't think of it at the time. So no, I didn't. They just kept their normal name. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I hope that we can sort the deceased list by sentience in the future. That is a feature I would love to see in the future. Without, you know, using DF hack. I don't want to clear it. Clearing it's dangerous because then you don't know what's died. I want to keep the list. Also, I want the memory bug fixed where when you have more than 3,000 dead, you stop getting migrants, which has been in the game for forever. Although if you clear it with DF hack, it fixes that bug, but that would go against the whole point of this fort, so. People also used to tell me that this list getting really long could cause lag, and no, it doesn't. just in case you were unaware, no, it doesn't. Okay, so what I can do is I can actually like screenshot these theoretically, but this is my first time going through this list. There was Kias in this fort? When? I don't remember that. Must have been really early on. Unless they were tame, maybe. Make their civ attack you, by the way. If you kill them, yeah. If they just die of natural causes, no. Like, if they go berserk and your dwarves beat them to death, no. If, like, if they go berserk and your dwarves beat them to death, it doesn't cause a war. If they get depressed and starve to death, that doesn't cause a war. If they, like, get knocked off a ledge by a bird and go splat, that's not your fault. If you take your military, press K, and then select them and press go, and then they stab them to death with pointy sticks, then that'll start a war. But them just dying of natural causes, no. Doesn't affect you. It's not your fault. It only affects you if it's your fault. So if they're like stabbed to death in combat by one of your dwarves, then yes, that will start a war. But if they die of things that are not the player's fault, then yeah. I don't know about crushing them with a bridge though, because honestly, I've never done that. I've never crushed an outpost liaison with a bridge. I crushed an entire caravan, but I also then went and stabbed them to death. So I'm not sure if it was the bridge or me stabbing them to death that started the war. Probably a bit of both. That wasn't this fort, though. That was a different fort. Anyway, I'm not even entirely certain what I'm looking for in that right now. I mean, that's still your fault, right? You know, like if I turn on, okay, if I'm living in my home, right, and I take a lawnmower, yeah, and I turn on the lawnmower, and then I make it so the blade is going brrrr and spinning around, right, and then I flip it over, and then I invite somebody into my home next to the spinning lawnmower, and then they slip on a banana peel and fall into the spinning lawnmower. I didn't push them. They fell. They knew it was there. So there is that, but also I turned on the lawnmower and put the banana peel in front of it. So naturally, yes, they would blame me. So that's not relative. That's still the fault of the player. If you tell somebody to fire a ballista and you didn't like make it a safe firing range, that's on you. That's still your fault, right? That's not relative. That's exactly the same, in my opinion, as pointing it intentionally and firing it. So naturally, if they die to a ballista arrow shot, the game's going to assume it was your fault because you, the player, had to put in the order to fire the ballista arrows. Whereas, huh? Is this the right Tegism stone? Okay, no, it is. The royal treasure died in 252, went missing. But it also credits them to slaying the dwarf Goffer. And Goffer died in 280. Make a grilled cheese sandwich. That's usually what I do when I crave Subway. I just make myself a nice, like, panini or grilled cheese. There's only one? Okay. I don't know why I asked if it's the right one, because, like, the information is there. It is the right one. But, like, that's crazy. I mean, not that I'm aware of, but someone totally could. Here's the link if you wanna. I mean, like, as far as odd oh, it would help if I tabbed back in and didn't, you know, type in you 3 times in the Twitch chat. I mean, we do have, you know, Etten, Giant, Minotaur, Forgotten Beast, Giant, that Vampire, Etten, Forgotten Beast, Giant, Minotaur, Cyclops, Giant, Minotaur, Giant, Forgotten Beast, Cyclops. I don't know if those are weird animals, though. Or odd creatures, as you put it. You know it, Stone. You know it. I mean, the outpost liaisons and royal treasurers end up having a lot of friends in the fort. To give you an idea, one of the early outpost liaisons actually got married to one of my dwarves, or was lovers with one of my dwarves for a good number of years. It was one of the first outpost liaisons, was lovers with one of my dwarves. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's confirmed it. A mule was found dead. That's fine. It's mid-spring, so it's like that time of year where we find all of our dead livestock. I need to do some cleansing of the livestock anyway. All right, so this one didn't kill anything, but it also says that it's funny that it says that they go missing, because Ghana clearly just died. Clearly just died. Hey, little son, what's up? Definitely just died. What was your name? Because, yeah, Wave was a recent one. Wave just died from kind of unknown causes. One version back, but it doesn't matter that much because the versions are virtually identical. This one just has slightly more interesting moods to me, so I've stuck with this one. To find Wave. What killed Wave? I've only lost one dwarf to lava in this fort. Only one. Yeah, and it was Belag. Belag the third. Who I think I memorialized? Maybe I didn't. Pretty sure I did. I'm just not sure where the memorial is. There you are, Wave. Let's make one for you. Lesson 1, don't lawnmower with banana peel next to it. I mean, sometimes I'm eating a banana and, you know, I gotta, like, I didn't have a fan and it was hot, so I was using the blades as a fan. I didn't actually. I don't even own a lawnmower. Oh, was it be like the second that died in lava? Gotcha. It's a valuable, Dobson. It's a valuable lesson to learn. I don't know. This shit's wild. Absolutely wild.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will the blin?
What's up, Brian? Weird happenings in Longdeath. Causing some mind-blown moments. In the game files, yeah, it's evening time, that's for sure. Long day. Okay, we've made that memorial to Wave. Let's just put the memorial for the dwarves on this side. Because of how you ended up sleeping. Ooh. Well, at least that's not related to vaccine, so that's good. Just store arm now, or what? And this time I missed when thank you for this detailed fan theory, Belag, on what I use a spinning blade on a lawnmower and a banana peel for. Yeah, a couple people have been talking about anti-allergy stuff, knocking them on their ass over the last few days in chat, Tycho. Your head is killing you? Yeah, that sounds... What stab did they give you? Which one did you get? Because I'll tell you, Moderna shot 2 damn near killed me. Pfizer? Gotcha. Yeah, my dad didn't even notice. My dad's convinced he got a placebo. Because he had my dad had a sore arm. No other side effects. And all it did was worsen your allergy temporarily? Yeah, I've heard about that too. Felt nothing. I mean, you're just one of the lucky ones. Doesn't really matter. On your own screen? Where do you normally have it open? If I can ask. Oh no, I'm starting to get emails about doing my taxes. This is wonderful. Come on, bring that Slab, get it down here. Oh, you have the game running? Is that cool? All right. Let's do that. Let's have a peek at this one. V. That's T to do that. Yeah, there it is. Wave depletion. Slain by Kivish Bolt Church. Okay. What year did Kivish die? Because Kivish is in a coffin. But what year did Kivish die? Now, this one might have been infections, because Kivish did beat the crap out of a lot of people. That might have been a late-stage infection, which is also weird, though, because we don't have soup. Soup? Soap. We have lots of soap. Soup? Why am I saying soup? Pretty sure that Kivish is... Yeah, there's Kivish's corpse. So Kivish did get put into a coffin. Soap. I don't know. My brain's not functioning. Hi, Dragon Man. What up? Wound on a lung or something? Yeah, no, Wave got pretty beaten up. So that one's not too unusual. Because Kivish did tantrum quite a bit. This Dwarf? Did tantrum quite a bit. Was my outpost liaison. Ended up killing Wave Depletion, who was a child. Might try to lay back down. Do what you gotta do, man. Do what you gotta do. But, like, another thing, Stone, do you remember when the humans didn't, or was it the humans? When we didn't get traders for a really long time, right? And then randomly we had a dwarf go berserk at the edge of the map. Do you remember that? Because that was a thing that happened. Sorry, wave depletion. Because that was a thing that happened. Do you remember that? Because I've been thinking about that a lot since this shit started happening. Yeah, you're single. We'll just expel you rather than having to deal with you potentially. Because that's a similar-ish strange event. And I also can't remember the name of that person at all. And in fact, I'm mad that I don't remember the name of that person. They just refuse to do anything? Fair enough. I mean, we have like hundreds of bars of soap. The last time I made soap, I made a lot of soap. It's your second death in this fort? I mean, not as many as socks. We're still alive in that save file? Alright. Yeah, but Ryan, you also, like, have done a lot with both of your dwarves. Both of your dwarves were super memorable. One of them wrote a bunch of books. Are you guys putting bars in here? Where are you putting that? Okay, this is not supposed to have bars in it. What the heck? Why are you guys putting bars in this one? Several, quite a few people have been expelled for misdeeds. Chico was one of them. That dwarf started from the streamer Chico Nobrico. Started tantruming quite a bit. So and just wanted to fight, and that was the only thing he wanted to do was join the military. Because he was a merchant, I couldn't put him in the military, so I ended up just sending him home. Was doing nothing of assistance. Okay. Yeah, because that's like what, you know, 6 years ago, 7 years ago now. That save, because that's from 305. But yeah, like, what time of year? We're late spring, which means the humans will arrive soon. Hey, Tamika. We have some weird stuff going on, specifically with this. No, not this one. This one. The dwarf went missing in the year 252 and killed a dwarf 30 years later. Like, what? Also, if you guys want to watch more DF, go give our friend a follow. Like, that's weird. Like, it could have been an infection, but there's other weird things going on. Like, it's very consistent that, royal treasurers and outpost liaisons go crazy in this fort. Like, very, very, very consistent. You finished draining the magma sea today. Do you have a bunch of screenshots of that you could share, by chance? So maybe I'll go back and watch your VOD, but I'd love to see that. Built out. You could take some tomorrow? Yeah. Sorry. You should take a bunch of screenshots and share them on Reddit. As I don't believe I've ever seen an empty magma sea. Wouldn't that be more just like the underground void than a magma sea? All right, but like, the problem with this is like I will never know, really. Outside of like going back to the backup and peeking at it, like, just trying to think of any other. Or actually, you know what? Let's go through this list, because I have had merchants die before. What I could do is just go through and take a screenshot of every single person that doesn't have a name and then run through and memorialize them. That's an option. Just go through and every single person that I see that doesn't have a name that's died in the fort. And then memorialize them if they're not already memorialized, because the ones that are buried or memorialized would be members of the fort. Whereas the ones who are not are unknown. I recognize all these names. These were all members of the fort. Unib especially. That was a legendary member of the fort. Unib died of old age, I think. But there have been merchants and such that have died in the fortress that are not members of the fort. Like this one. Tegism. I think almost all of them. I know for a fact we have almost every book in the world. The world is very small. So because of that, the majority of the activity going on in the fortress is because of Longdeath. I mean, Ryan wrote a bunch of the early books, that's for sure. Because I think these are in the order that they actually died. So that would mean I'm looking for random standout ones that are by themselves. There's another sock smell. The Tiro. Oh. That's a little on its own. The problem is like, or the reason a lot of these die at the same time is because it's like the first of spring when everybody dies of old age. And if I have a bunch of really old merchants in the fort and they all die of old age around the same time, that's a pretty major deal. So sounds like a bug. What, the things dying on the 1st of spring? No, that's the way that's intended to work, actually. Things are supposed to die on the 1st of spring. It's the only day that things die of old age. So no, it's not a bug. Creatures die of old age on the 1st of spring, so you always have like a lot of dead chickens and such on the 1st of spring. But Dwarf Fortress has no bugs, only features. We've been over this. Some features are just more intended than others. I mean, yeah, of course it's Grim Reaper season. It's just like on Earth we have Halloween. Best season. But yeah, on the Grim real life surprise mechanic. What, unintended features? I guess so. Only if it's your fault. Like, only if you tell your soldiers to kill them. Or happen, as chat pointed out earlier, or happen to have a random ballista firing in the corner of the map and they walk in front of it. If you did something or tell your dwarves to kill something, then yes, it's your fault. Otherwise, it's not your fault. I'm looking for odd deaths that don't fit. That are not named. So you can prepare environmental traps? I mean, sure, but that's not the point. Although, if you cause a cave-in, the game would probably still blame it on you because the game is smart enough to know what a cave-in is. Like, the game knows if you crushed a drawbridge on something. So I'm assuming if you were to, say, prep or build a structure underneath a cave and then hollow the top off and put supports in and then put mechanisms and pull a lever to drop the mechanism, the game would know it was you. Just like if you were to pull a drawbridge and drop someone into lava, the game would also probably know it was you. But if a faction really likes you, they're not going to attack you right away. Yeah, this is why cave-ins can cause loyalty cascades, yep. My question is always, why are people so obsessed with trying to murder shit with no consequences in Dwarf Fortress? I will never actually understand that. My phone is vibrating. Might be my dad. Nope. It's, my phone provider asking me if I want to buy an iPhone, and no, I don't. I'm happy with my, Android phone, thanks. Doesn't matter how good the fucking deal is, I don't want an iPhone. They'd have to pay me to take an iPhone. I mean, perhaps. Doesn't really make it relevant to the conversation, though. Little son. I personally don't think this game's much like The Sims at all. The Sims is very mechanical. The Sims is like a clock. The Sims is like watching a clock. You can see the gears turning. Dwarf Fortress is kind of like a bowl of jello. If you jiggle it, it moves. But you can't see the bits that hold it together. That is the weirdest analogy I've ever made. You're welcome. Also, wagon. Missing. This will always be funny. The wagon's always MIA. Lost in action. Pour one out for the wagons, chat. And I would also say that RimWorld is kind of like a clock. You can see the gears turning. Which is kind of what makes Dwarf Fortress special in a way. Because you don't see those gears turning. No wagon is forgotten, but they are all missing. Actually, one of the wagons, or my original wagon, the wagon wood was made into blocks, and the blocks are sitting on an altar in my fortress. So, you know, we still actually have the blocks from my original wagon. I should have just left the wagon undestroyed, but... I mean, RimWorld's fine. But it's not Dwarf Fort. That's why I was comparing it to The Sims a little bit. Like, The Sims is fine. I don't play The Sims, but The Sims is fine. It's a fine franchise of games. I'm literally just looking for unexplained deaths here. Or for weird-looking deaths, because I did have a few merchants die. Merchants that died alone in this screen. Although I think I might already be past them. I think I might already be past all of them. That's why I said it's like a bowl of jello. If you shake it, it moves, but you don't know where it begins and ends. But no, Dwarf Fortress intentionally hides mechanics. There's a lot of mechanics in Dwarf Fortress, Lilosan, that you can't see, which is why so many people like playing with DF Hack, because DF Hack exposes a lot of those mechanics, whereas RimWorld in The Sims gives you those mechanics. Like, it gives them to you on a plate, and you can see them. They're very clear. It gives you a lot of loading bars. It gives you a lot of numbers and stats and stuff that exposes all those mechanics, whereas Dwarf Fortress by default doesn't. And that's, from what I can tell, is intentional on the part of the creators. It specifically doesn't expose those mechanics to the player. Some of them are extremely relevant, but I personally feel that it removes a lot of the mystery and the fun of the game. So I can just sell that every time the humans show up, drops him. I'm not talking about the benefits of DF hack. I'm talking about, in my opinion, how it makes the game less interesting. Because discovering and finding those mechanics and realizing how to notice them is what's fun about Dwarf Fortress to me. Adding in DF hack removes the majority of the fun. But that's besides the discussion. I'm not going to make that argument. No, it doesn't. Animal. It's an animated dollhouse. It doesn't even it's not even remotely close to real life. It's like Barbies that move, basically. Any big plans for my day off? There's still a pandemic going on, so no. I might go on a hike on Saturday though. So I might actually not end up streaming on Saturday. My dad sent me a text this morning and said, "Hey, do you want to go on a hike on Saturday?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I don't have any say. When we go on hikes, my dad just sends me a text when he's free, and when he's free, we go. So I may or may not end up streaming on Saturday. I'll let you guys know by tomorrow, though. Yeah, we are pretty far back now. I mean, saying that The Sims simulates real life is like saying that Call of Duty simulates war. I mean, sure, but not really. I am in the Greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada, is where I am from. I'm not sure what hike we'll do, but if I end up going on a hike, I'll bring my camera and I'll film it. The last hike I did is actually on my YouTube channel, if you dig a little bit. My favorite quote about the F1 games was, I want to say it was Danny Rick who says driving a real F1 car is easier. I think it was Danny who said that. Maybe it was Norris. Hey, Darren, what's up? Morning audio. Or afternoon, I guess. I like how typing without thinking makes your English better. Dobson. Herger Bandit, what up? Hey, hi, hello. I'm literally going through my death list looking for unusual deaths because I have a suspicion that there is a bug causing invisible ghosts to appear, making traders go insane. That or I've just completely lost it. One of the two, and I'm not sure which. But I am back, like, to the first 100 years now. Chat, can I get a round of beers because Darren used to be rich? Round of beers on Darren. Cheers. I mean, I'll say this, your English is absolutely fine. For whatever it's worth, Dobson. Even if, like, English isn't your first language necessarily. But yeah, if anybody wants to see the last hike that I did, I have a video on my YouTube channel. Few, actually, but those are the hikes I've done. I mean, half the time when Diamond Destruct is typing at me, they're using Google Translate, and most of those are most of the time I can figure out what he's talking about. But yeah, those are all the hikes I've done, or not all of them. There was two that I did this year that I didn't film, and then one that I did earlier. in the year that didn't follow. Crashed down in first place in Bahrain because apparently you toppled inside the corner on turn 12. So you flying into the bear. I mean, depending on who you are, I could see that just being possible. Good morning. Need coffee. Here, have some coffee. I got extra. I got a thermos full, in fact. I got extra mugs if you need some. Just pop over, Frog. I'm sure the plane tickets won't be that expensive. Or are you saying that the physics just made you, like, bounce off the map or something? So currently there are no outpost liaisons here. So we have to wait until the next one shows up, and then we'll take a look at them. Toby named, for emotes, if you just type in, or if you just click on the little smiley face in the bottom right of the chat, it'll show you which ones you have available. And you can just click on them instead of having to try and copy paste them and accidentally copy pasting the image. Emotes are tricky like that. I get it though. I've done that myself. Being away from family, self-pity, unable to fight well. Also worried you're gonna fight with people. Alright, so overall there actually isn't that many unnamed people from the fort that aren't memorialized. Kaljararbor and Brojararbor. Anybody remember those two? And Gurgi Kalildis. Ah, it's all good. Don't worry about it. That's part of the reason I don't pop links in the chat. So is that all of the unnamed... It's sad the page up and page down doesn't work on this screen. Yeah, I think that that's all of the unnamed things. So there's actually not that many. So you know what I think I'm going to do? I'm just going to make... This is just out of... Whoop, what's that? Locum. Who's Locum? Someone look up Locum. Brojar the Conqueror, yes. Alright, the Master Thief. I think he stole a bucket or something. He stole some very mundane item from us. Bahrain is famous for being extremely mean. What, like Goat Simulator levels of mean? Because I've seen a few clips of that on like the internet of just like people hitting weird corners in the F1 video game, just flying into space. Because I'm trying to figure out who that random ass dwarf, I think it was a dwarf, who just died in the corner of the map one day after like standing there for 1,000 years, basically. Not 1,000 years, like a couple of years. If it's just a random merchant that never settled in Longdeath, that might be one of our culprits. I don't know what that means, Ryan, so I will smile and nod and pretend I know. Has THQ Nordic really been around since 2011? I mean, Nordic has, but... Ooh. Rhinestone, I've got a question. Should we buy and play this? This looks like a fun game to play on Discord. I'm just saying, I don't want to just like... Okay, it was a rooster. I gotcha. So that means that these ones in this batch must all just be animals. I'll assume that I think Kodal was also a chicken, actually. Brought member of performers who got killed. We've had this happen a few times. I mean, we haven't had any. I don't think we've ever actually had a performance troupe in Longdeath, just because of how young this world is, right? And we can't get visitors, and we can't get. So here's what I'm gonna do. How many are on each page of this? So I think I'm just gonna start up here and work my way down. So just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so 130. So I'm just gonna give them all a slab. I'm kind of going a little nuts right now, but I'm just gonna give them all slabs and see what happens. Did the rooster have a notable kill? Those were all pets. There was quite a few pet roosters in this fortress's history. So I'm just going to give every single one of those a list of known ghosts. Just reading. Yeah, those are all... Yeah, those are all dwarves that were in my fort briefly and got fixed. Belag the second was because a dwarf toppled... Yeah, no, these are all dwarves that are known in Longdeath. And I remember when most of those became dwarves. Or became dwarves. I remember when most of those dwarves became... What's the word? I'm losing my mind right now. I remember when most of those dwarves became ghosts, and it was because either I forgot to make a memorial or because the memorial got destroyed. Ghosts! They're spooky. Yeah, no, those have all been fixed. So known ghosts are ones that pop up visibly at the bottom that say, "Ghost is haunting the fortress. They've risen." Bah! All that stuff. I mean, like I said, I could be totally off base here. Absolutely off base. The main thing that's driving me to say that this might be true is the fact that I've had a bunch of weirdly distressed dwarves that are not members of my fortress, and every single time the humans have shown up to trade recently, somebody has tripped, fallen, and slammed into walls. which is things that happen quite frequently if you have a bunch of ghosts flying around. That is the main thing that is driving me to believe that there are invisible ghosts in this fortress. That, or I'm just becoming, maybe I'm just like the Joe Rogan conspiracy theorist of this fortress at this point. I'm just like, there's stuff happening! Maybe I'm just reading into stuff too much and they're actually just falling down ramps, but they've been walking down ramps for hundreds of years into this fortress and never had a problem. Yet, suddenly, out of nowhere, they've started tripping. So, maybe I'm just going crazy. Maybe you should invest in a better sofa animal. Locum? Was a rainy bastard hit 25 children? Really? Wow. I mean, that wouldn't be hard, right? That would just be a matter of fertilizing like 3 batches of eggs, because the egg batches in DF can be like 5 to 10 eggs. They don't need to make that many eggs to have kids, right? And every single one of the chicks would count as a child. So, excuse me. So yeah, I don't know. Also, looks like Vinsati is exploring where the elves live, over with the fragrant bear. Ooh, definitely looks like Elfie homes. Can confirm. Definitely looks like Elfie homes. Well, Jess is throwing a tantrum. That's actually really bad. Let's just turn that squad off real quick. So no major problems are caused. I mean, Ryan, when was the last time you had a shower? Think twice before you call somebody dirty. Ooh, wow. Well, who'd you just beat up? Queveneer. Great. It's a pretty bad beating right there. His upper leg is broken, his upper leg is bruised, his guts is bruised, his lower body's bruised. You'll be okay, I think. That's pretty bad. Broken leg is never fun, but... Anybody want to, you know, go be a doctor? Anyone? Yeah, that seems like dwarfy or not dwarfy, elfy housing. There you go. Has it been 50 years yet? Not since your dwarf died, but if a new dwarf is born, you're welcome to have another one. Unless you want a merchant, you can totally have a merchant if you'd like. So come back over. Diagnose patient and diagnosing you in got beaten by another dwarf. Really? Nobody reported the crime? Come on. Regretful after starting a fist fight. You mean beating up somebody who was taking a nap? That's regretful. Is the doctor a girl? They're all named, Bastet. Merchants are not given jobs. until they are named. So all of these dwarves that you see running around are named. All right. Also, I don't really have a designated doctor, because most dwarves have some skill in doctoring. It's the beauty of having a, what do you call it? It's the beauty of having lots of doctoring lessons. Most of my dwarves have a pretty decent skill in doctoring without actually needing to be doctors. There you go. You'll be okay, Quevenir. Sheesh. Who even is my chief medical dwarf right now? I don't technically have one. Tiny, you can be my chief medical dwarf, because then you can, like... Yeah, because my chief medical dwarf died when, my chief medical dwarf died, last stream, so... Alongside of, my broker. My broker, who also is my chief medical dwarf. But Caveman Crafting can have the job. Which happened towards the end of yesterday. They died of old age. Which is totally normal, in my opinion. Also, I've been making a lot of bins. We've been making them out of iron now that we've got the forges up and running proper. Which is why these stockpiles are also empty now. Everything's being put into bins. And that's also why everybody's still super busy putting stuff away. And will be for a while. Alright. It begins. Let's just start this off. I don't know what any of these are, but we're just going to start engraving them. Okay, we'll start with those. It's not too much studying, really. Speaking of, Irisi, the royal treasurer, has arrived. Strange times in Longdeath. So this one is a very recent royal treasurer. Only started showing up 2 streams ago. And hasn't shown any signs of acting strange yet. And I haven't seen them trip or anything, which is good. But we'll have to keep an eye on this dwarf, or on this human, and see if any odd happenings happen. Project Paranoia. It's definitely Project Paranoia. Like, this is the most paranoid I've felt playing Dwarf Fortress in forever. Because, like, one of the rules of this fortress is if it tantrum spirals and if it dies, I retire it, and it's done. Right? So, you know, I've literally played this fortress for over a year. I started this fortress in August 2020. So... the fort became sentient and doesn't like guests. I mean, that's not too far off. Even if, like, my theory is correct, that's not far off, sir. Irisi meets with the royal treasurer. Their world is the same as ever. We're going to request all of the metal, so we can take our pick of whatever they got. It's just that project, you know, that one album called Paranoid by Radiohead. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, I bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Hopefully the strange disappearances can go away. Speed up time? This is Dwarf Fortress. Time slows down. It doesn't speed up. Please. If I could speed up time, do you think I would have done that already? I mean, you can adjust the frame rate, but the frame rate is already capped already. So, and we are running below the frame rate. Time moves at the speed of the frame rate in DF. So the higher the frame rate, the faster the game moves. The lower the frame rate, the slower the game moves. I I don't worry about it too much. Let's see. Is anybody going to trip? Like I said a couple times today, I think. I could be completely wrong. It could be absolutely nothing. I mean, you could do that, but the game would slow down pretty quick. Lump. Like, maybe in, like, the first week of a new fort? Sure, probably. But there will be a point where... I'm trying to get rid of all of my bags, because... that don't have seeds in them anyway. Which is actually kind of difficult. Because I don't want to get rid of all of my seeds. I just want to get rid of all of the... Well, actually, you know what we could do? Wish I could search by... one day. One day! Don't need the extra anvils. Certainly don't need that. Certainly don't need those. Don't need those. Don't need those. But how you doing today, Lump? This Fortress Little Sun will probably take me another 1.5 years to finish. I would guess. I could be wrong there. It could be longer. But at the speed I'm currently playing it, which is about 3 days a week in about 6-hour sessions, so I guess about 18 hours a week, it'll probably take me another 1.5 years to finish this fort. Give or take. I mean, I could crank it up to 40 hours a week or 60 hours a week, and only stream Longdeath for a bit and cover a lot more time in a much shorter period of time. The other human caravan has arrived to trade, but that might make me go a little nuts. Chairs don't exist? You have no proof of that. Actually, I'm incredibly regretting deciding to go on a vacation right when Twitch decided to kneecap all my discoverability. But no, not really. I don't generally count days to things. But I've already paid for hotels, so... I don't know if I'd want it to be at 100. 100's a bit fast, actually. I like DF at about 50 frames per second. Around 50 FPS is my favorite for DF. Actually, ironically, it depends on what's the popular trend in processor technology. If it's clock speed for individual cores, yeah, we'll get there. If it's multi-core, then... I don't know. But on the bright side, you know, I put up a video this morning basically expressing my concerns with Twitch's changes on YouTube, and it seems like people are reacting well to it. So I don't have a notification for followers because I personally don't like having my name pop up on a stream saying, boom, for the follow. But if you just followed the stream today, thanks. Because there's been a lot of new people piling in. We do stream DF about 3 or 4 days a week, so... Although I will not be streaming this Saturday, I don't think, which is a day that I do normally stream because my dad wants to go on a hike. So I'm going to go on a hike with my dad, which means I will bring that camera with me and record something for YouTube. because me and my dad only get to go on about 2 or 3 hikes a year. So damn it, I'm going on a hike. Cheers. I mean, like, at the end of the day, if I need help, I will ask for help. This is more of just a, hey, this is going to cause problems in a few months situation that I'm trying to get out and ahead of it. That's my main concern right now is, like, in regards to the Twitch stats and the numbers thing. It's like, Twitch has done a thing that's going to cause me problems in a bit. Currently, it's just really scary and kind of unnerving, right? But in a few months, it could be a major financial burden. And unlike a lot of my friends who stream, I live alone. I pay my rent by myself, and this is my only real source of income, right? Streaming and YouTube and merch and affiliate links and other things like that. That is my income, right? Is the content that I create. So, like, I don't make a ton of money, but I make enough money to make rent and put a little bit aside into savings and keep my credit card bills paid. And that's, like, all I can really ask for. So I'm not really asking for more of that. I'm just, if you can help by lurking, that's what I need. Like, so that I can still get sponsorships at the same rate that I did previously when I need them, so that I can still have new people coming in because I get pushed up in people's recommended list. Like, I follow 30 people, right, on Twitch. And, like, even just going to my following list on Twitch. Yeah, scroll down. I've had merch for years. No one buys it, which is why I don't talk about it much. Anyway, on your following list, right? Like, these are, like, this is the top. A lot of people don't scroll down all that far, and the difference between being, like, down here or, like, down here where, shout-outs to DOS Tactic, versus being a little higher up is people are more likely to go to streams that are higher up on the list. Holy crap, go to bed, Leah. We've been on for 19 hours. Anyway, like, that's also a big deal. So, you know, just people have been tuning in today. I sell socks. I sell t-shirts. I sell mugs. I got a few things for sale. Every now and again, someone will buy like 2 or 3 mugs. But I don't know. I don't promote the merch that much because it's very expensive, and frankly, Teespring's quality is all right. It's not great. It's okay. And it's kind of expensive, and I don't make much money from it because Teespring wants you to charge way more, and I basically don't make any profit off of it. So, like, the socks I make like $1. I follow like 1,000 people, but most of them are people that I know or that I've met, right? Like, a lot of the people I follow are people I hang out with at conventions and don't actually watch all that often. That works. You will be mugged by a delivery person. I think that is, like, not true, Animal. Sure, but, like, I'll notice the difference, right? Like, if for some reason I get a big raid, and then suddenly I have 300-400 viewers or something, or, like, let's just say Kiri raids me, right, for example, I will let you believe your jokes. Maybe you should never order a mug online then, Animal. If I get raided by Kiri and I have 300-400 viewers, then inevitably someone will tune in and say, holy crap, you're way higher up on my thing than you normally are. Because a lot of people do follow. A lot of people. At the same time, of course, I don't have the same account, but at some points you followed enough people for 100 plus live people to be live at once. Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to do. I mean, there's a lot of information beneath my stream that no one ever looks at. like, like the other day, Hobo sent me a DM and said, "Wait, you're like partnered with Natrado? When did that happen?" I'm like, maybe a year ago. Like, it's been there for a while. Like, I don't know. It's just funny. No one ever scrolls down. All right. Got a few anvils to sell. Trade them for a gem. Let's jump up here and see what else we can do. Actually, hold on. Let's place those slabs. I'm just making memorials to everything with a name, just out of sheer paranoia. I think that's it for the ones that have been engraved. Yeah, let's go engrave some more. I need to wait for those memorials to be placed. Is it paranoia if they're really out to get you? I mean, did anybody read that story about eBay execs going after people running eBay blogs? Did anybody see that story? Like they were literally like mafia level of harassment. It's kind of crazy. I mean, it's a new tradition, that's for sure. Like the guy who operates TaskBot, totally. I mean, every now and again, I'll see people go live, and I'm like, who the fuck are you? And then I realize it's somebody that I followed like 6 years ago. They haven't streamed in 3 years and changed the username a dozen times. Like, that happens frequently. Which means we should go to church every Sunday and worship a god just in case it exists, right? Just like all tradition. Just in case. Just in the niche chance it exists, a thing. I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway, come down here. You'll float too. Stay away from clowns, kids. Every god, yes. Just take part in every religion just to be safe. This is starting to sound like Lonely Island lyrics from the song YOLO. When they say cut out your teeth because you might bite your tongue. Just to be on the safe side. Wait, really? It was just in the off chance that it might be real? Huh. I mean, I can respect that. Sounds too bitter, need more coffee. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, the reason I went to church as long as I did is I really liked my pastor, who was practically a therapist. He was a great dude. But I haven't been to church since that pastor retired. And I've talked about how he retired on stream before. He literally like said, and with that I retire, and he put the Bible down and just like unzipped his robes and fell down, and he was wearing a BC Lions jersey, and he had a BC Lions hat tied to his belt on the back of his pants, pulled the hat off, put the hat on, and walked out the back door carrying a bottle of Pepsi. So, you know, honestly, hell yeah. What a fucking legend. Dude was great. One of the nicest people I ever met. Someone hecked? Did you mean to write hack, or was the hecked intentional? Memorial of... Okay. So... Oh, man. Okay, so this is interesting. In memory of Inerecta, born in 302, went missing in the year 308, Slayer of the Forgotten Beast. Can someone tell me what that thing is? Although it went missing in 308, so who knows what it is, actually. It might be that, like, a random named, like, giant spider or something. Igeshi Kibensti. Slab reads in memory of Igeshi Kibensti. Went missing in the year 278. Like, I don't even know what any of these are. They're probably like livestock. Random animals and stuff. Slayer of the Bull. That's probably a Wolverine. Probably a Wolverine. Ningisur. Born in 22. Went missing in 266. That's a long life. Oh, a heckler in Burnaby. Oh, I mean, well, someone threw gravel at the prime minister, so like, that's just called being in politics. How's the cave cleaning coming? So I'm falling into conspiracy theories, Satharos. Now, come with me for a second on this journey. I have a theory that ghosts are spawning from things that have died in the fortress that are causing humans in the fort to go insane. Specifically because I've started noticing weird-ass effects happening to the human caravans and outpost liaison and royal treasurers, including things that are dying like 30 years later of suffocation and shit, killed by a person that died 30 years previous. So either it's a really long-lasting infection or something weird's going on. Specifically, every single time in the last few years the humans arrived to trade, the humans would trip and collide with walls, which are things that can happen when ghosts are present. However, I haven't received any notifications of ghosts being present in the fortress. So I am currently in the process of making slabs for every single named creature in the list, regardless of what the fuck they are, and building them. So that's what we're doing right now. Out of pure paranoia. Gosh, you hope it's you. I mean, if you were a ghost, we would know. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Can skip the Wolverines. A lot of these are probably just random ass livestock and animals, though. That's the problem. Probably, yeah, Joel. But also, dwarves will name random ass animals, so I have a feeling that a lot of those, like Slayer of Cows, are actually like Wolverines. But yeah, Joe, I think you're right. You can't after someone's been dead for 20-something years. And we noticed this after the fact. Here, I'll give you the screenshot where we noticed, where Stone noticed this. Goffer the Second, this dwarf who died, was my captain of the guard, and was killed by Tejism, who went berserk in 252. Tejism bled to death, killed by Ghost. And then Tejism mortally wounded the dwarf Goffer, who suffocated to death in Longdeath in 280, 30 years after he died. So that could have been an injury, but this dwarf never had any health problems that I remember. There was never any blinking or any flashing, so there was never any reason to check. So something happened to this dwarf. Something. And I remember because it was weird. He just died randomly in the middle of my tavern. But the actual reason that but I also had a combat log for it. Like it was weird. Like the dwarf died, and if I remember correctly, I checked the combat log and it said they were struggling and they suffocated. So they fought with something. But the weird bit is, since roughly then, every single one of the outpost liaisons and royal treasurers we've had have gone insane and tantrumed. Unless, like, maybe if, like, their lungs cease to function, they could suffocate. I'm not actually sure in that regard. But it's so weird. Because there are no known ghosts. It can't have been a ghost. So we've memorialized that person. And actually, if I go to their memorial, it actually states here, went missing in the year 252, which was the year they died. Royal Treasurer of the Confederacy of Sport, 242 to 252. Slayer of the dwarf Goffer, who once again died 30 years later. So either he had some form of lung wound, which would cause a suffocation death, but it wouldn't have caused a combat log, right? But that still doesn't explain why all of my outpost liaisons have been going insane since then, and tantruming. And it also doesn't explain why consistently I would have humans slamming into walls and tripping. They would walk into the fortress and somewhere, like, I know that they can trip on ramps. There's a low chance that they could trip on ramps, but I've had these ramps for like over 200 years and no one's ever tripped on them, right? And somewhere between here and the trade depot down here, almost always, until this time where since I've memorialized them, one or two humans would trip and somebody would slam into a wall at some point. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't happen after 30 years, or 28 years, to be specific. We're rounding up. But like 28 years. So my theory, and this is a theory, is that there's a bug in the game that when a permanent resident in the fortress or outpost liaison or merchant dies in your fort, maybe they can come back as ghosts that the player can't see that can haunt other members of that faction. Like, are ghosts tied to a faction? Because if ghosts are tied to, like, it's specifically, like, if my dwarf dies in my fort and I don't memorialize them and I don't bury their corpse, they become a ghost in my fort. If a human dies that I can't bury but can memorialize, can they become a ghost that terrorizes other humans and not my dwarves? That's my theory. Like, I could be completely wrong. There was one gremlin once, but it appeared on the map and then immediately disappeared. I don't know what happened to it. There was one gremlin in the cavern lair. It appeared and then ran off the map. So, because the caverns were sealed off, which was this cavern lair down here. It was here. It appeared like up in the top half of here and it just left. Dwarf died to dragonfire, but was listed as killed by a goblin who caused an infectious wound 3 years ago. Yeah, like a couple of years later, that makes sense. But we have very skilled doctors in the fort. We have very skilled doctors, as well as also, yeah, cleaning has gone pretty good. We've been burning stuff up pretty effectively. We could turn it back on, but currently there's no reason to have it on. So yeah, I don't know. So now I'm just memorializing everything with a name on the death list that's not memorialized. I'm making 130 slabs, and we're getting to it, because I'm calling this project Paranoia, which I'm stealing from chat because that's a good name. Most of them are probably just random ass wild animals, but like, I don't know, man. This is just too weird. Because I've also had like a few humans die in this fortress on the edge of the map. Like somehow they just get stuck rather than making it off the map. And then traders don't show up for like 5 years. And then I go, why aren't the traders showing up? And then randomly a human goes berserk at the edge of the map. I've had that happen a couple of times in this fort. No, but then they would show up on the known ghost lists. They would show up on the known ghost lists, and if they got possessed, I would get a notification for it. But if it's a resident that isn't a member of my fortress, do I get a notification for it? Right? Like if it's possessing a outpost liaison, would I get a notification for it? If it's possessing a merchant who's just in the fort, would I get a notification for it? Because I'm not getting any notifications. It's not even a, am I catching it in time? I'm not seeing notifications. And in this screen right here, oopsies, caps lock, you would see a ghost listed underneath this on this screen. And I've scrolled through everything and I haven't seen any. So according to this, there are no ghosts, period. Although, like I said, the majority of this are sheep. But, like, I don't know. Weirder things have happened in Dwarf Fortress in the past, so... Like that's, I think, a chicken. But, like, so it wouldn't necessarily surprise me. Pretty sure that was someone's pet, too. So yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. And after thinking about this most of last night, it's like, especially waking up today, it's like, what the hell is happening? You know? It's just really, really strange. Also, hello, LaFonda. Hope you're doing well. Someone leaking out blue? Yeah, that's vomit. That's normal. It's because the dwarves have been spending too much time underground. I'm working on fixing it. Vomit's blue in this world. Because that's just how I have my colors set. Here's what you think. A human from a caravan dies in your fort. You can't memorialize him because he's not a historical figure, so he won't show up on the list. He can't leave your fortress because, again, ghosts are site-specific. The game, however, thinks he left with the caravan, and that's because what he's supposed to do, hiding him from your units list. I mean, I think I can memorialize them, but, like, yeah, a few merchants have died over the years on our site, as well as... a handful of royal treasures, which I'm trying to memorialize. A magma crab has given birth to triplets, and another magma crab has given birth to twins. Yay for magma crab, mommy? But yeah, I mean, like that's a plausible theory, for sure, Sathatos. I guess at the end of the day, it's like someone said in chat earlier, it's moments like this that make me go, fuck, this game is cool. Regardless of if it's, you know, regardless of whether or not it's actually happening. It's the fact that this dwarf can make, or Dwarf Fortress can make you this paranoid about something, one small event. You know what I mean? This game is cool. So, yeah, I'm making the paranoia graveyard, basically. We'll just let them finish placing those, so I don't want to make doubles. I've been overworking the dwarves a lot recently, too. Still at work, but it's quiet now. Well, that's good that it's quiet. Oh, well, one dwarf went nuts. That's fine. Someone else go place that, please. As long as they didn't cancel it. No, they didn't. I mean, DF has a lot of potential, but you need to have a pretty decent knowledge of the game's mechanics to be able to see the cool in it. I've seen people pick the game up after watching a lot of Krug Smash videos or something, or reading some stories about it, and then going, where are the stories? I don't see all these stories people keep talking about. It's like, well, you kind of need it. DF has a lot of potential, but it's also one of those you kind of make your own fun games. So I worry that some people have over-exaggerated the possibilities that this game has. Like, I see a lot of interesting events in this game, but the reason I see a lot of interesting events is because I've literally spent years of my life playing it, right? I don't think kobolds can... You know, let's just stick to things with first names and last names, because I'm not too worried about anything else. I mean, they're adding in most of the things people would want into the Steam version, and the new UI for... Because the UI for the Steam and itch.io versions are going to be worked back into the classic version, too. So, like, all of the search functionality and the less overwhelming walls of text, the more logical, modern-ish UI, the mood tracker, the bigger moon, all that stuff's getting worked back into this current version, so it doesn't matter what version of the game you're playing, that stuff will make it easier. My biggest hope for the Steam and itch.io versions is that it removes the need for most people to use DF Hack and DF Therapist. I think that'll be a massive help. I'm just curious to see all the different tile sets that pop up once the Steam version is out. But, you know, yeah. But, you know. There was a Reddit post, I think, from yesterday on date for DF, which was kind of interesting. Which was somebody doing a little bit of Steam detective work, which I'll probably mention in one of my videos, actually, which was Steam's hidden DF's hidden Steam release date is around August 10th, 2022. Because they learned that you can go search and filter by coming soon on Steam and get the upcoming list of games on Steam in order they are privately set to release. Dwarf Fortress is between games set for August 9th and August 12th, 2022, and they're sure the date's subject to change. So it's not going to be out for a while, but that's approximately when the secret release date is, right? So, I mean, they had one previously that was public for a split second there, and it was February 2022, so... I mean, that's obviously an estimate. I have a feeling they've just set it to some random date that's far away next year. But, you know. No, it's not. DF is not open source. Tarn has some help, but it's not open source. And thank Christ it's not open source. To be clear, I'm not anti-open source or anything. It's just I like games with coherent development, and open source games tend to not. But no, Tarn is made by, or Dwarf Fortress is made by Tarn Adams and Zach Adams. And they have the goal of simulating an entire universe. Or, at the very least, a world. It's really funny when people are like, what engine does Dwarf Fortress run in? And it's like, C. Mostly. And I think it's C. It's a weird combination of C and C++, if I'm not mistaken. So, I'm sure people could, Joe, but it would take people a very long time. It's just like whenever people are like, Tarn, why don't you bring on help? And he's just like, well, because it would take longer to actually like teach other people the code than it would be for me to just do it myself. All right, now see, this is interesting. This is interesting. Finally crafted Gabriel Memorial to Kosama Uksozo. The reads in memory of Kosama Uksozo went missing in the year 278, Slayer of the Human Ingish. Joint tributes. Who the hell was that? And who the hell was that? Like what? I don't even know. I'm just wondering if, because I know that ghosts are map specific, but are they map specific and faction specific? Because if so, that's whack. That is wild. That was a Minotaur. Okay. But then the Minotaur killed the human, right? We never memorialized the human. I remember the Minotaur now that you mention it, and I remember that they killed somebody, but we never memorialized the human. So that human could be causing problems, theoretically. If this theory is correct. Assuming this theory is correct. Yeah, I remember when Nosferatu died. Okay, right. In fact, I think I have a statue dedicated to it. I can double check. Yeah, this. Oddly enough, this was made by Goffer II. Or the statue was made by Goffer II. I will have to make sure that English gets memorialized, yeah. Although I may have to scroll up a bit to find this one. Because it would be close to wherever Nosferatu was. Zombie? No, there are no zombies in this world. In fact, I'm pretty sure there are no necromancers in this world. No, I know that English is very dead. What do you mean, am I sure I'm not looking at another English? I'm well aware that English is very dead. Oh, and then, oh, you're talking about Diamond. My bad. No, not without learning it initially. But I have absolutely no interest in doing that, so. Necromancy is actually like one of my least favorite parts of DF. To me, actually, the way necromancers are right now is super duper not fun, so I'm quite happy that this world has no necromancers. I'm kind of like Clinodev, where he just disables them. Because I really like necromancers being like a weird, far-off, scary wizard in a tower that occasionally sends armies of undead at you. I don't like them just randomly showing up and being common members of factions. I think that that's kind of... It ruins the mystique and the fun of them, in my opinion. Kind of like another way of, like, going to hell, you know? I think that the dog is dreaming about something because she's whimpering in her sleep. Why didn't they just call her Heather? Heather's just a name. Yeah, I know. That's interesting. Actually, it's to be clear, it's a slab or a book containing the secrets of life and death. Searching that program kind of sucks. Legends Viewer is fine, it's just all clunky. I don't see an English. Perhaps I already memorialized them. Oh. Is that the translation? Social welfare not long ago. I never said that necromancers are evil. I just don't like them in the current iteration that they are. Necromancers are usually just perfectly normal dwarves or humans with weird-ass hobbies. As a perfectly normal human in real life with weird hobbies, I can relate, frankly. Tell that to the certificate of membership that I have to the Satanic Temple that's in the mail somewhere. Anyway, so that's him? Okay, then we already got them. Cool. So yeah, I self-describe as a human, perfectly normal human with weird hobbies. That being said, I don't necessarily want a lot of perfectly normal dwarves with weird hobbies in my fort. My main issue is that they're immortal, and they get kind of OP So, I don't know. They make the game too easy, but probably not Saturday. Initially, it was going to be Saturday, but probably Sunday this week. I will be starting a brand new fort, which will be a side project alongside of Longdeath, which I'll do on weekends. And it's going to be a Reign of Terror fort. We're going to be very military focused and probably pretty evil and probably make use of all sorts of undead and other fun things like that. So. It's weird. So it just says he went missing. He was clearly killed by clearly was killed by a minotaur. Also, I hope my dwarves get to discover social welfare. What have they been pondering recently? Nothing currently. They've been pondering a lot of very large numbers in all caps, as well as dictionaries and biographies recently. Speaking of, let's try making some other dwarf scholars, because I've got some super depressed dwarves that I would rather not lose. And I find making dwarves into scholars sometimes helps their mood pretty considerably, so. Probably. Stone? Or, not Stone. Belug? Probably. Like, that Tarn didn't, like, say anything funny when I said that I was trying to keep a fort alive for 1,000 years, but he did kind of go, huh, when I was talking to him that one time when I told him what I was up to. So, you know. Oh, I've got more slabs that I gotta place. I think my mayor wanted something. Alt S. There we go. There they are. It's just funny that they go missing instead of, like, being reported dead. I guess the moral of the story here is we need to respect the dead, even if they're not our own. Although that's kind of scary for anybody, like, you know, doing military forts. Welcome back, Lake Bear. You know, here's the thing, right? This could be I could be completely wrong with this. This could just be completely false and just some freak occurrences. But if it's true, could that be the source of tantrum spirals? We're in conspiracy theory territory here, so please nobody go editing the wiki. But, like, what if? Like, I mean, what if? What if? Your first fort died in this current world, the same necrogeog. You think she's reformed now? Are you on the current version of the game? Because if you're on the current version of the game and the same dwarf shows up, it'll fix all of their past mood defects. Well, if there are ghosts spawning for other factions that the player can't see, and they, like, there's always stories of, like, random bard goes insane and kills everybody, right? There's always stories of that. And then everybody is friends with the bard, and then you tell your military to kill the bard, and then half of your fort kills each other. That's always been, like, a theory as to, or not a theory, a cause of tantrum spirals, right? Like, even if you make them beds. Like, part of the reason I never really let bards into my fort is I've always had problems with them going nuts. So, like, if I have a bunch of friendly bards in my fort, and then a handful of them die, and they come back as ghosts that I can't see, and then other bards come into my fort, do you see the concern here? Like, has anybody else had issues with this? Or similar things, even? I need to make 3 picks for the king. Because I've definitely had problems in the past with random bards going insane and going berserk and stuff. 100% I've had that happen. I don't know. I'm probably wrong, but... anything with more than one name, I'm memorializing. A lot of these are Forgotten Beasts, though. Only if you use Tavern Keepers? That makes no sense. Why only if you use Tavern Keepers? I mean, people will randomly die if you have Tavern Keepers, because Tavern Keepers have a habit of drowning humans. But it failed because there was a hole letting evil in. So you can't check for a bar going insane. I get you. Have there been no tributes today yet? Yes, because I've been spending so much time building stuff. We're in late summer. We started in... The elves were already here to trade. We're in late summer now. So, once summer ends. Just gonna follow this dwarf. Starting a fist fight. Well, have there been any crimes? Oh, there have. Against Jess. Cool. All right. Well, you slapped somebody a couple times. Didn't really do much. You slaps the manager in the left foot with her left hand, bruising the muscle through the hemp shoe. Not a very threatening attack. I wouldn't even consider that assault. Imagine you're just like standing there in a temple praying, and someone runs up, kneels down, punches you in the foot, and runs away. Excellent. What a fight, man. Goblins always go nuts and start fights because they can't drink. Poor sods. Goblins don't drink? I know they don't. I know they don't need to drink. I mean, maybe actually, I think that's like a legitimate bar fights, though, isn't that? Because like things that I know that humans can start bar fights because they don't have a very high alcohol tolerance in DF. So it's possible for like humans to start bar fights. I know about that. I've seen that before, but that's always like a specific thing. It's like, is brawling uncontrollably, or is starting a bar fight or something, or is starting a fight in the tavern. There's like a little notification for it. I've seen that before. 29 days in prison for Jess, good. And Seeker gets a beating. What's up, dog? What you doing? I'd invite you up on my lap, but you're not much of a lap dog. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go check something real quick. I'll be back in a sec. Also, autumn has come, so good time for me to AFK. Back in a sec. All of the humans pay tribute to this place. All of the humans. Actually, if I go to the civs menu, that's us. So, the group of soaring, the realm, the group of alchemy, and the council of men all pay tribute to us. But yeah, there was also a single tribute from another faction. Someone found their new toys. Yeah, it was because the dog saw a dog outside and started barking. So thus I did the thing that, you know, humans do, which is mimic their pets. Bark, 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 bark. I need to find a way to switch back. This is my life for the next 10 minutes, isn't it? Holly, come here. You wanna hop up? Come on up. You can come up if you want. Welcome to come up. You just gotta actually jump. Bark, 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 bark. I have acquired lapdog. All right. Tributes being unloaded. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll stone. And then we'll go back to Project Paranoia. Happy chat. Why? Because bark, bark, Holly? Bark, 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 bark. Asparagus, yeah, no, they bring us a lot of stuff. A lot of the food stuff just automatically gets put in the food pile. It's actually drastically increased our food variety. They also give us a lot of random garbage, which we just immediately sell back to the humans and the dwarves. Bark, 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 bark. You should work now. Maybe you should, like Bear. If you got to go to work, you got to go to work. Yeah, if you guys don't know, this is Holly. She's not technically my dog. She's my parents' dog. Or as my mom says, the family dog, and I am taking care of her currently indefinitely. Because I need a friend to live with, and I'm getting kind of tired of living alone. And taking care of parents' dog so my parents don't need to take care of their dog is does nothing but help my parents and give the dog more attention than she would get otherwise. Because my mom owns a business, and my dad works overtime this time of year. So, you know, I get to take care of a miniature poodle. I just need to wait for the other humans. Tatanka! Long time! Holly thanks you. What you been up to, dude? How's life been treating you? Now teach her to play DF? Now see, that might be a little difficult. Woohoo, I think is the command you're looking for. Bark, 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 bark. This is, like I said, this is my life for the next 20 minutes. Oh, there comes the other human. Salada, who I'm just going to call Salad.
Woohoo!
Been working a lot? I mean, that's better than a lot of people in the world. It is kind of hard to play DF with a dog in the way, though. Bark, 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 bark. Who killed a swamp titan? What? Big in for the council? Ugh, I'm sorry. I mean, DF is can be played one-handed, no problem. It's just slow. Assuming you got it. Alright, we good. Also, I should be able to get rid of a bunch of these storage piles. Just because of these bins removing a lot of stuff. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, they'll bring us, every now and again, they'll bring us, like shiny metal or, like, various burning stuff. Cheers, Fireheart. Those mean a lot, for whatever it's worth. I'm going panicky, man. So I have a theory that there are ghosts that I can't see in the fortress. This might just be paranoia setting in. There's a dog licking my hand while I'm trying to play Dwarf Fortress, and this is difficult. So I am memorializing everything with a name that I can find. I thought you said you were going to go work now, or is this what you call work? But thank you for not working and instead gifting another subscription in the channel. Cheers, Lake Bear.
Bark, 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 bark,
And
bark,
cheers to
bark,
Fireheart.
bark,
Enjoy the
bark,
ad-free
bark,
viewing
bark,
for the
bark,
next
bark,
30
bark,
days.
bark, 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 bark.
Oh, crap. Well, can I refund that from here? I thought that... You know what's funny is I might actually need to put a cooldown on that one. I'll do that later, but that's only valid for the first hour of the stream, basically, Tatanka. Sheesh. What's a duck? Exactly. Not something I can do until tomorrow, or till the next time I start a stream. I put rubber ducks on the records during the start of the stream when I stream records, but I forgot to redeem it when no one did today. You feel old now? How so? Why? Because Tatanka the Bison is here? Is that why you feel old? What should really make you feel old is I haven't played Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 on stream in almost 5 years. 4 years? 4 years at least. At least 4 years. That's what should make you feel old. The dog has been sleeping next to the ducks. You can't remember streams without him? I got the record player for the stream at the beginning of 2020. The beginning of 2020. Literally the beginning of 2020. You dirty stroopwaffle eater. Oh, can you do that, Vlog? Cheers. Can I activate it myself now to stop other people from it? Okay, it's already been claimed. Cool. No, right. Captain of the Guard beat up Seeker because that was his prison sentence. Jess should be in prison. Isn't. Where's Jess? Is going to prison currently. Let the game pause for a second. Oh, well, someone did a thing. Hold up. Believe it or not, streaming with a dog on my lap is difficult, okay? Streaming with a dog in my lap is difficult. So there's a room on my Discord called Add-a-Word Stories. The only rule really is please don't write just random swear words for no reason. But then people can make me read them for 1,000 channel points. So, where was the... I don't think anybody used it yesterday, so I have to scroll up a bit, actually. This is going to be a long one. Brace yourself. This has consequences that lead to withdrawal syndrome. A part of this creates tasty memes. Sometimes, however, sentences can't show flavor successfully. Mounds cover certain ants' hills, unless the ants dissected everything. Ants depend on honeydew. Toulon means road. Cows are superior intellects when tested. Murders solved using smallest violins can subject murderers. Conspiracies about wooden elves result in disappointment. Unfortunately, elves don't find cats. There you go. We're all caught up. Dog. All right. What the hell was I doing? Don't mind me. Just a little bit distracted. Early autumn. Dwarves are going to show up to trade pretty soon. Got a few more memorials to place. All right. I think I got a few more memorials to make. The enemy of elves, cats. Well, I mean, didn't you know it's a scientific fact all elves are allergic to cats? You know, actually, that's not true. However, I do think that Dwarf Fortress should have a thing like that in it. Like, there's just a specific type of, like, all elves for some reason just like sneeze when they're near dwarves, cats, because I just think that would be funny.
Woo!
All right, so anything with more than one name. I think that was actually a Forgotten Beast, but there's a lot of these one-name critters are Forgotten Beasts or random animals. The triple names ones are probably not an issue. I mean, those renewable resources have lives, friends, and families too, Banana. Although apparently my faction is at war with goblins because of because of a disagreement on the mistreating of plants. Werebeasts are allergic to certain metals? Wait, really? Are they like vulnerable to silver or something? Toulon, the outpost liaison, has arrived. The dog is like throwing off my hand coordination. All right, let's just give them crafts. Dog is licking my hand while I'm trying to play DF. Dog, I love you, but you're making this difficult. Chat, I have a question. Is this adding to or removing from the entertainment value of the stream? If it's removing from, just let me know, and I will put dog on ground. Dog thirsty? Dog has lots of water. I literally just refilled her water. She just wants to lick my hand.
No.
Now she doesn't want to lick my hand. She's camera shy, I guess.
No.
Don't remove the dog? Okay. Bark, bark, bark. Well, I mean, the bark, bark, bark is the result of dog barking. And just for like transparency's sake, I've only actually had this dog in my possession since the 13th, so she's only been living here for a few days. But absolutely useless. I mean, wouldn't it just make them sneeze or something? Like being allergic to a metal. Like that's it's just like the fact that the knowledge that Dwarf Fortress has digestive mechanics and like functioning eyelids. It's like, does it do anything? Absolutely not. Vin, thanks for chucking a gifted subscription at Dopsim. Dopsim, and enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes for the next 30 days. You too can post beer and point a gun at somebody with a dwarf behind it. It has found out how to get on top of the fridge. Are you sure that your sister got a dog and not a miniature mountain goat? I'm just asking for science. Okay, then. Toulon says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. What request do you have of our merchants? I will check the info in a sec, but we're going to get all of this. This dog? This is not my dog. This is my parents' dog. She was my little sister's dog. My little sister got her as a puppy that could fit in the palm of your hand. My little sister trained it, and then my little sister moved out and didn't take the dog with her, so it became my parents' dog. And I am taking care of her for mental health reasons. Because if anybody who pays close attention to this stream will know that I have some pretty serious issues with depression, anxiety, and stress, and like I need to see a therapist more. Every therapist I've ever had in the past has just like not lasted very long. So unless I'm taking care of this fuzzball, so I don't need to worry about my own brain, and I just need to take care of her. And, you know, she's super chill and, like, smart and well-trained and polite and quiet and doesn't really get anxiety. She does get stressed out around dogs she doesn't know, so I can't really take her to the dog park, which means, unfortunately, as cute as this fuzzball is, she's not very good for making friends because other dog owner, she sees another dog and she just, like, runs in the other direction, so... I kind of love just the buffalo head right there. That's just funny. Anyway. So Tangent used to live on a house with a goat for a bit. Really, it kept getting on the roof during breakfast and making holes. That's amazing. They had to keep stopping eating and getting the goat off the roof. That is wonderful. Dog is just trying. She got bit real bad by a pit bull. Like a few years ago. So she sees... I mean, you're paying me for the right to do that, so... It's fine that you're annoying me with sound commands. For anybody who's wondering, those sound commands are the second tier of my Patreon, basically. So it's $7 a month on Patreon. So yeah, no, she got bit bad enough to be put in emergency and got stitches and whatnot. And my dad had to... Is a merchant throwing a tantrum? Stukos? It's one of my merchants. She's licking my finger, see? Also, nut-stringed? Stukos nut-stringed. Yeah, about that. DF generates very good names sometimes. It's the first time you feel like the stream. I mean, you did call it streamer Annoyatron 5000. I would say that maybe not Bark, but the only one that I've ever found annoying in the past is just the fuck yeah one because it is really loud. Are you gonna punch somebody? Please don't. Are you married to anybody? Because if not, I might just expel you. Yeah, there's more where you came from. Go away. Get off the fort. Oh, you're punching my broker. Well, that's great. I was going to go report a crime. I mean, rough drilled is better than nut stringed. Oh yeah, stab can be stressful in the right situations. Stab can certainly be stressful. Let's just make sure there's no contraband in here. Contraband pops up as purple. Yeah, I think we're clear. I don't see any purple. Ooh, you know what? Actually, let's buy a bunch of cheese. I haven't been making cheese. I've been too lazy to. It was super fun when I played Project Zomboid. That game's actually, like, for some reason, the flavor of the month right now. Like, a lot of people have been streaming it. There's thousands of people streaming, or not streaming, watching streams of Project Zomboid right now for some reason. But they haven't updated the multiplayer yet because their code is, like, more of a clusterfuck than Dwarf Fortress. It's funny, I think that Project Zomboid might be the only game that I know of that has a slower development cycle than Dwarf Fortress. Like, that game gets an update, like, never. What, from Stab? I mean, it's working as intended, I suppose. She hears something, her ears lifted up. She is floof. I have a feeling that the bark command's just gonna get used the second I show the dog on camera. Every time I show the dog on camera. So, you know, that's kind of working as intended, I would say. I'm currently just in the process of removing a lot of old stockpiles because I'm moving a lot of stuff away from where it used to be to other places. 10,000 years of bark. Probably. Speaking of bark, I received a notification this morning that Shiba is now available on Coinbase. Don't buy meme coins. Seriously, you're just giving money to bad people. I just convicted the wrong person of a crime. Because I'm smart and was clicking too quickly. Whoops. It happens. Speaking of, how's Jess taking? Jess actually likes being in prison now, so we need Jess to go to prison 1 or 2 more times. And then she will recover from being in prison. Jess barking up the wrong tree. Clap. What's the right tree then? Yeah, this is the reason I think I'm more of a dogs person than a cats person these days. It's because this dog, in the time that I've had her, she's barked a total of once, which was the time that it was on stream, and that's why there's that bark sound effect. Whereas cats never shut the fuck up. Day, night, morning, period. Every cat I've ever owned has always been loud as hell. I like cats. I don't want to live with cats ever again, I don't think. Every other cat I've ever owned has been because girlfriend wanted them. Chat barks more often than the dog. Fact. A giant rat has taken the full force of the impact. So a giant rat just fell somewhere from somewhere and landed here, went splat, and is now dead. This is what happens when you have a cavern layer that's like 100 layers deep, which that one practically is. They just randomly, things just randomly die. It's kind of great, actually. I kind of love having super deep caverns because all of the random acts of death.
bark, 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 bark,
She
bark.
probably likes me already. Oh, she definitely does. And I used to always babysit her once or twice a year anyway, so like she knows my house too. So when my mom was driving me and her over here, she was like shaking and whimpering with excitement that she was at my house, so she likes it here clearly. My mom says that she probably likes it here because I let her sleep on my bed. Because, you know, she's a miniature poodle, right? Well, a medium poodle. She's a big miniature poodle. So she turns into a ball like this big. She's basically Samus, is what I'm saying. She just rolls into a tiny little ball. How is taking care of the... Oh, she's super easy. She gets way more walks than she would normally with me than she does with my parents, because, like I said, my mom owns a business and my dad works full-time and works overtime a lot this time of year. So I take her on 2 walks a day. Like, I took her for a 30-minute walk this morning before I started stream. The thing is, like, and like, I'm going to talk about mental health stuff for a second here. I have a lot of problems with depression, right? And I think part of the reason for that is I've always kind of had problems with depression, but for large periods of my life, I've had either a significant other or pets. So whenever things get real bad in my brain, I just focus on taking care of other thing, and it distracts me enough that eventually I'm okay again. I work in like a 3-month cycle where I have a good month where I'm totally fine. Poodles don't shed at all. They have to actually get groomed. I have a month where I'm not great, and then a month where I'm basically suicidal for 3 weeks. And for me, it started when my ex moved out. Like, that was when I started noticing it very heavily. I'm pretty sure I was in that same cycle before she moved out, but when she still lived here, I just would, when shit got bad for me, I would just worry about her. I wouldn't worry about me. And so I'm kind of taking care of this dog as a test run to see if that fixes me. How a dog keeps it inside for 12 hours? Well, I mean, number one, they're not 12 hours apart, and I do take her out for a pee during my lunch break. So, I mean, I take her for a, like, 30, 40-minute walk at about 7 or 8 in the morning, and a hour to 2-hour walk later in the day, and then 5 on my day off. She was so tired on my day off, she literally walked inside, jumped on my sofa, and fell asleep the second she got home. So, yeah, no, she gets lots of walks. But yeah, no, I take her out for a pee on my lunch break. But yeah, no, I'm seeing if having a dog around breaks that cycle. Satisfied after reading adhesives. Now, I wonder if you're satisfied. Would that mean that you would like being a scholar? Also, important question. What are you carrying? Errors in foraging behavior. Really? Written by Simplex. Prose is passable. Concerns the foraging behavior of diet and diet of creatures. You thought walk equals small P walk? No, I'm not talking about small P walks. Small P walks take like a minute. I just put her on a leash, walk out into the back lot area, let her pee beside the apartment building, walk back in. That takes me literally 60 seconds. That's not a walk. That's a hop, skip, and jump outside and back inside. No, when I say walk, I mean like we go for a walk. Like I go for walks. I go for long walks. I mean, my mom and dad, all they would do for walks during this busy season is they let her out in the backyard. My parents actually have a backyard. I don't, because I live in an apartment, right? I do have a porch, and I'm on the first floor, but like, so I just open the sliding glass door and take her out into the walking area, right? But I can't let her off the leash outside, so I can't just like leave her outside and let her be a dog. I do actually have to like, you know, put her on a leash and take her out. So I don't count those. I give her like 2 small walks a day. But I mean, I'm gonna do lunch in like probably 40 minutes or so, because lunch is kind of an ordeal for me because I have to give myself injections to be able to eat. So Because being a diabetic isn't fun, and you shouldn't do it if you ever have the option. I also want to practice a martial art. Are you in a squad? Yeah, you're in Bear Fighters 2. Let's get the wrestling squad 2 training for a little bit. How's Jess doing? Yay! Jess is no longer stressed. Putting Jess into prison is a good thing. Don't tell Jess that. Jess is one of my stream team members. So don't tell Jess that I'm putting her in prison to keep her sane. Would I ever use an insulin pump? Let me ask you a question. If someone told you, yo, do you want tubes permanently connected to your stomach, what would you say? You have a standard sized poodle? She is wonderful for your mental health. I had a standard poodle, or the first dog that we had when I was growing up was a standard poodle. Her name was Allie. She passed away at the age of 10 of very unfortunate causes, but she was a lovely dog. I will genuinely say this, Banana. Unless you're a type 1 diabetic, you don't have the right to ask me that question. Like, that's my actual answer to people who ask me that question now. It's like, unless you've been a type 1 diabetic or are a type 1 diabetic, you do not have the right to ask me that question. It's like, I'll answer it, but you do not have a valid opinion on it. A lot of dwarves are putting metal bars away. It's fair to be curious. Where are they putting them? Right. I need to get rid of these. I forgot about this stockpile. Because I'm moving everything underground. It's 420 somewhere. Smoke them if you got them. Don't if it's illegal. Don't do drugs, kids. Helped a lot to have it around. Yeah. Yeah. Shoutouts to 420 time zone, I suppose. I'd be more interested in getting a Dexcom before getting an insulin pump. I'll put it that way. Which is the CGM, continuous glucose monitor. But those only just got covered and only one brand is covered. I've heard bad things about that particular brand. So I don't know. Do you have any? Okay. Let's give you some tasks. Also, they're mostly covered in Canada, like as of the last few months, but up until only a few months ago, well, January, so more than a few months ago, up until January of this year, continuous glucose monitors were about $2,000 and then about $300 a week to have one. And pumps are not cheap to buy, but once you buy one, it's covered. So an insulin pump is like roughly $6,000 before deductions. But then once you have one, all the parts are free. So, you know, there's other details. Oh, that's way cheaper than they are in the States too. Banana Unlimited. If you're in the States without coverage, they're even more expensive. That's in Canada, where the shit's cheaper. And we also have free options. So, and there are other brands that are more expensive. That's the cheap one. It's literally because American pharmaceutical companies have the what kind of maintenance needs to be $300? You tell me. Patents, probably. Medical patents. It's literally the $300 is a little thing about the size of a bottle cap that you click on the top of it. I mean, I have free healthcare, right? I don't pay any. I have to pay for Lancets. That's the only thing that's not covered, and those are about $15 a box, and I need like 2 boxes a year. So that's not going to break the bank, but insulin with no coverage in Canada is about $220 a box. In the U.S., insulin. Wait, what? Jesus. Insulin. Just somebody going to prison and getting beaten. Insulin with coverage or without coverage in the States is $300 to $500 a box, depending on the brand. If you have health care in the States, you could get it paid for, but the deductibles on those are way higher. So I've said this before, but streaming full-time, if I lived in the US, I wouldn't be able to stream full-time because I'd have to quit streaming and go get a job that had healthcare coverage. I've also lost some of my clothes shops because Tangerine Dwarf broke them, so let's make 2 new ones. So, insulin isn't cheap because of patents, which is hilarious because the patents were originally, or the insulin itself was like found and discovered by a British man who decided not to patent it so that people could get it as easily as possible. And then American pharmaceutical companies patented anyway. So, you know, all that fun shit. Anyway, let's do something a little bit more fun. Let's drain some cavern layers, shall we? So in order to do that, need to turn the pumps back on. And then go down to here. We're gonna turn the lower one on. You know what's hilarious, Sycon? Is Amazon has a prescription service where you can get your pharmacy prescriptions filled through Amazon in the US. They don't have it anywhere else in the world, I don't think, but they do in the States. In the States, if you have Amazon Prime, insulin, dog, just lay down. If you have Amazon Prime in the States, insulin is about $300 a box, US. If you don't have Amazon Prime, it's about $800 a box. Say hello to our cyberpunk future of dystopia. That's America. And what's even better is Amazon pays my paychecks. She lay down and then sat back up. There isn't enough space on my lap. She's just a little bit too big to be a chair lap dog. This is how I have to play right now, dog, because of where you're sitting. This is not exactly convenient. You're making my life really difficult. And, like, I can't go around this way. But I guess, like... Do you want to go down? No? Her name is Holly. Also, hey Lois, what's up? Whoa! I don't believe I've ever seen lava do that before. Did you know that you can charge lava with... Hold on a second, I need to test something. Pull that for a second. She is a Moyenne poodle, which is like fancy word for slightly bigger than miniature poodle. So she's not a toy poodle. She's not a miniature poodle. She's a medium-sized poodle. She's just a big miniature poodle, basically. A tall miniature poodle? Miniature poodle with the longer legs. Was anyone else having net issues? I dropped 210 frames at some point. Giant miniature poodle in Dwarf Fortress terms. Certainly. Eh. Yeah, I'm not sure. Tall poodle, a doodle. You know, people, I'm convinced that people crossbreed poodles with things just so that they can make dog breeds with stupid sounding names. Oh, right. I remember something. I was going to let this drain so that I could clean some rocks out of it, and I totally forgot to do that. Diamond, you've grown to be a child. Congratulations, Diamond, you are now a child. You can finally use a glass to drink and pick up clothing. It's Dwarf Children is the command you're looking for, Vin. D-O-R-F. You know, maybe it's time... What time of year is it? Late autumn? For you guys to just watch dwarves run around. And I'm going to let this dog go get her midday pee, and I'm going to go get me some lunch. So you guys can follow Diamond. Well, what's Diamond wearing right now? A sock, a glove, another sock, a dress, and a shoe. 1 shoe, 2 socks, a dress. There you go. Diamond is getting dressed. She's a fully grown child. So, chat, you guys bark at the screen a lot. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, take the dog out for a pee, and stab myself with a needle. I need a sandwich. I will be back in a couple of minutes. If you want to go somewhere and leave the stream, you can do that. But if you're still here when I get back, that's a bonus. Thank you very much to everybody who's come over from the YouTube channel today. Like, seriously. Shit's weird and spooky on Twitch. And I have the coolest job in the world, and I don't want that to go away. This is Dwarf putting on clothing. So thanks everybody for like just tuning in and saying hi, because you know it means a lot. Anyway, I will be back in like 8 to 10 minutes tops. BRB.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
captured it!
Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark.
All right, so how many times have you guys barked in the time I've been gone?
Bark, 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 bark.
Was that a tantrum? Looks like it was. Punched and missed. Well, good luck with that. Dog has been leaked on the outside, and dog pooped, and I've had sandwich. You know, if a dwarven child knew what a movie was, I would be a wee bit concerned.
This is madness!
Madness?
Yeet.
Hobo, in regards to murdering all Xenos, I am down to play Aliens Fireteam Elite, if we can find a third. You like Holly? Do you guys want me to keep Holly? I mean, like, here, I will read this text message that my mom sent me last night in regards to the dog. Verbatim. Give me a second. I was talking to my mom about adopting a dog and said, Holly is available as long as you want her. And then remind me it's my sister's birthday. Holly is the family dog. And you're doing us a favor by taking her right now. We're both swamped at the moment and have little free time. She's probably loving all of the attention. And take care of her as long as you like. So quite literally, I probably could just keep the dog. And my mom's already said that they would pay vet bills, which honestly is a pretty good deal, frankly, having a dog and not having to pay vet bills. You were in the other room at a distance, and all you could do was bark, 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 bark. She's on the ground now, lying down, so. That is a huge benefit. I mean, she just got, I think it was 14 teeth pulled the other day. We didn't even think about pet insurance. Yeah, I mean, pets are expensive, yo. Pets are expensive. The only thing is, if I do decide to keep her, I do have to give my landlord a pet deposit, which I think is half of a month's rent, which is half of $900, so. Because my landlord super doesn't know. My landlord super duper doesn't know. calm and not noisy. She's barked once in 3 streams. And it was because another dog was barking outside. And my window was open. And she heard dog barking. And I closed the window and she stopped barking. Yeah, she's a very low maintenance dog. So, yeah. No, I'm taking care of her for a while. Oh, also, to anybody who came in through that video that I put up called I'm Very Worried, or Extremely Worried, that video isn't monetized either, because I don't like to do that sort of shit. Phil, a tiny atom-powered computer set up to play trying to get a little tiny atom-powered computer set up to play Rocksmith since your computer. Wait, what? Oh, with audio settings. I understand. I was like, fuck the hell. What happened to your computer? Oh, with audio settings. Yeah, no, that makes sense. How's Jess doing? No, she's out of prison. Yay! Getting better. Well, I mean, to be totally fair, this dog is so non-destructive and never pees indoors that... and because I always get like a week's notice before my landlord does visits, I could probably just get her out of the building before then. So... Just be like the second after 298. Yeah, I remember that. I memorialized him. He died when I was digging out the... Well, I can show you exactly where he died, in fact. I'm not sure where I put his second memorial. I had to rebuild it because it got knocked over. But he died digging out this right here. He, like, died in this. Which wasn't, you know, ideal. Hey, Beanie. Cheers. I mean, literally, like, to be totally clear about that video, and I feel like I should have made it clear in that video, but I'm not going anywhere. Absolute worst case scenario, I'll just go get a part-time job and keep streaming. Like, if I have to get a job at a gas station, I'll get a job at a gas station. If I have to get a job in fast food again, I'll do that too. I don't want to, but currently, I'm still all right financially. It's just the change that Twitch has made has removed all of my discoverability on Twitch, which basically means I have to be a lot more obnoxious on the YouTube channel about bringing new people in to watch on Twitch, because I now no longer have any organic natural viewership coming in from other places. So I'm going to be posting my stream a lot more on Reddit and yelling real loudly in other places about my stream. But feel free to keep lurking on the YouTube videos. I'm not going anywhere, so. Just for the record, you're lurking. Hi, lurking. I'm blind. Go play Epion's game, chat.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Also, cheers, Beanie Weenie. Twitch is behind. Thank you much for subbing at Tier Juan. Big thank you. Enjoy the ad-free viewing on Twitch. What is a Jupiter? It's a big planet. I'm typing in Twitch chat again and not on game. Section of cavern collapse. This was actually killing dwarves for a bit. This is too wide for a waterfall, and ice freezes in here and sometimes falls. And when it falls through here and was impaling dwarves. So I need to make a new, what's it called? Fountain. And thanks for the prime sub, Epion. Cheers.
Crypt rocks.
No, you. Outpost. Oh yeah, I was gonna check news. Looks like we're still sending donkeys to invade the goblins. Not much else elsewhere. What's that emote? Never seen that one before. 2020 shred? How have I never seen that before? What? Interesting. Also, Epion, when's the next patch out? Here, I can actually explain it pretty simply. I will use Bellinair's stream as an example. Or actually, I'm going to use my teammate Sui. She wouldn't mind, because she's offline, and I can actually show you. So, this is my teammate Sui. You should go give her a follow. She's fantastic. I have a 1-year resub, so maybe I should just give that now, because Arch gifted it to me. So this is Sui's channel, right? So previously hosts would pop up here, right? On the channel. Auto hosts would. Normal hosts still do. So if someone goes into their channel and types in the /host, the person, it would pop up here, right? That's the way hosts used to work, right? But now what happens is instead of auto hosts popping up here, they pop up on this page, which is what happened. Sui is auto hosting Jess. But nobody goes to this page whatsoever, right? So because this page is extremely low in traffic, like literally it's one of the least viewed pages on anybody's channel. Everybody just idles on this page. Nobody idles on this page, right? So the result is when a channel goes offline, it just turns into this and everybody who's idling just stays on this page, right? You have to click on this circle to go to this page to see the auto hosts, right? Now, there are a lot of bigger channels that auto-host me. And because nobody ever goes to this page, they just stay idling here. And auto-hosts went from being all of my natural new viewership from other channels on Twitch. It just, them flipping that switch and changing that removed like 60% of my new viewers per month. So I went from, yeah, absolutely. They're trying to push auto recommendations instead of people's manual hosts. And what does Twitch auto recommend? Popular games, high viewed streams, streams that have a similar vibe to yours, but not necessarily the same games. So for people like me who play really weird out there games that not a lot of people stream, and Dominok is tantruming again while in prison. Speaking of, how are you enjoying prison? Probably not very much if you're, yeah, you're angry after being confined. That's not good. But essentially making the system useless because that's where people idle. And in order to actually get views from auto hosts, people need to be looking at the page, right? Most of the people that, and this is my theory as to why they changed it. Most people that are looking at the, or most people that are idling on a page are tabbed out, not at the computer, asleep, not awake, in the shower, at work, whatever, not at the computer, right? And that's very common. But my theory as to why they changed it is because Twitch is very focused on keeping people active. They've been adding in features like chants, which isn't even active in my channel yet because it's still in beta, where a mod can make a thing so you push a button and that one button posts a thing in the chat. They added in channel points, which we have in this channel, where you can click a thing to get bonus channel points and redeem them without typing. They're trying to increase activity, and they're trying to remove inactivity, because active viewers are worth more to advertisers. So my theory is they made that change to remove inactive users from people's... I hate you, Hobo. But I don't even have chance available here yet. They would need to be an emote. But by removing inactive users, they can sell advertisements for more. That's my theory. I could be completely wrong. They claim it's because people are confused by auto hosts. No offense, Twitch. I call bull. I absolutely call bull on that. So, I don't know. It's a weird, difficult thing to kind of figure out. But I posted this screenshot on Discord the other night, and this is the difference it's had. I will show these, and because these screenshots are taken on pages with sensitive information, so I basically cut out the sensitive information that I'm not allowed to share. This is my viewership over the last, since 2019. So right here was when I actually dedicated my channel full-time to DF instead of playing other games still. So that was a really big dip because of that. That was when I had front page, so that's why that one was abnormally high. But that is about normal, around there, around 70 to 80 viewers per month. Drop down to here for September. September is currently at 56 average instead of 70 to 80. Like last month was 91 average viewers. So it's a huge drop. It's like a 30% drop. The other screenshot that I can show is one that I sent to Epion, so I'll grab it from that chat room. This one, which I posted to my mods. This was my stream yesterday on the 15th. I had 35 average viewers. I streamed for 8 hours and 514 people tuned in over the span of the entire stream. This was a normal stream from last month, back in August. 89 average, 80 to 89, that was like average, normal. 175 total max viewers and 1,264, 86 unique chatters. That drop is such a huge drop in new people coming in. That is a huge drop. And it sucks. It sucks. I mean, YouTube got in trouble for that, for inflating views a while ago. So they've since like made that better, and Twitch does that a little bit too, but the way Twitch does it is less insidious than the way Facebook did it. So you're glad that it showed up as recommended. Cheers, Maelstrom. I mean, I'll just say this, and like I've said many times already today, I'll be here regardless. I'm just worried, right? Absolute worst case scenario, I go get a job. And that would suck, having to get a proper, like, part-time job. But, like, I can do that without too much issue. It just means I'd probably go down to streaming 4 or 3 days a week. That's about it. But I don't want to do that because I like streaming full-time. I like being able to make the big interviews. I like being able to do... That is a perfect... Dwarf Fortress, you're the best game ever made. Look at the name of this book. Victory by the Algorithm! I know that they've been pondering very large numbers in mathematics for a while, so it makes sense, but that is so funny. Oh, no, it won't. It doesn't always show as the default video, Diamond. Trust me, it doesn't. Twitch is in DF now? I guess. I'm screenshotting this because this is perfect. This is wonderful. Victory by the Algorithm, translated to Victory by the Algorithm. Written on the item is a manual entitled Victory by the Algorithm. Written by Tiny Goliath. It concerns an algorithm for dividing one number into another. It's less interesting when you read the description. Possibly yielding a remainder. Overall, the prose is passable. Wrote a book about division. It's actually a book about algorithms and the division by Ubisoft. I think this dwarf just wrote a review about the division. Verbalix, thanks for the $10. Vacation money. Cheers, man. I'll put that into the lunch money fund for vacation. Yeah, before all of this crap happened, I booked I booked a few days off, and I'm going over to Vancouver Island with a friend of mine for a couple of days. No, it means it was written on an old piece of paper, because a lot of the paper in this fortress is old, unfortunately. And I've been trying to sell the old paper, but it's not that easy to weed out the old paper because they just grab whatever they want. So, how goes Longdeath? It's going. Chat, can I get a couple beers for the $10 from Verbalix? Uh-oh, I got another crime. Lumpy, when did you commit a crime? What? Lumpy committed a crime? I mean, I guess. Must have happened. 29 days in prison. Well, I mean, that's fine. No, not in DF. You can only destroy or sell. But the problem is if you have books that are written, it's really hard to discern between written books and unused paper in the trading screen. So I almost never bother getting rid of it. Besides, they'll make copies of it anyway. At least I think I have scribes. I do. I got two. I have a scribe. I could give a actually, no, I'm going to give a second dwarf scribing. Let's give Abe scribing. Let you go copy some books. You'll be cleaned of love by glowing lava. I don't really I don't really do that, my dude. But I mean, theoretically we could, I guess. Theoretically we could, though. It's just funny that Tiny Goliath wrote a book about surviving the algorithm. Okay, cool. Lumpy actually likes being in prison. Noted. This dwarf hates being in prison. It's only going to get worse. But this dwarf loves it. So, you know what? Also, Dominik, I'm going to remove you from the military. Because, like, it's clearly not helping you anyway. It's really nice when you have a dwarf that loves prison. Because then you just put them in prison and they get so much happier. Also, I agree, Twitch URLs. That is indeed a boring rocky P-flow. This is Sparta. I mean, I could move the prison cells from down here to around the green glass pillar. Well, do you think we should do that? I could totally put them, like, down here and around the green glass pillar. But, I don't know. Could totally do that. Also, worth noting, over on the Halcyon Frequency Discord, we are running a Valheim server because the Valheim patch came out today. And Diamond Destruct has been taken by a Fey Mood. Look at that. Speaking of, actually, hold on, before I do anything. Just flying up till creatures are no longer memorialized. I need 2 named creatures with 2 names or more. Okay, that one we already did. So I can cancel that one. Now where did that child go? Fey Mood means you're going to be a legendary crafter, probably. I must have tanned hide, says Diamond. And rock, apparently. Grabs boulder. Grabs another boulder. I might need to slaughter some animals, but we should do that anyway. That would be lovely, but I'm not going to hold out hope for that just yet, Diamond. Ain't holding out hope. Not anytime soon. All right. I'm just going to assume that you're going to need a dead animal, so I'm just going to slaughter a bunch of things. Like stuff and layouts that don't mess with the dwarf AI. Just give them lots of space to move and make sure that they don't need to climb over top of each other. And don't lock them out of things. That's basically it. As long as you're not locking them out of things, they're basically okay. Cut gems, yep. Bones, yep, that's what you need. We just need to wait for them to slaughter something. B, not a P. Lake Bear. Yeah, basically it's just give them lots of space to move. Don't lock doors. Just don't lock them in spaces. Don't let them get stuck, and you're good. And don't let like cats and livestock run rampant and breed without like control your livestock populations. Don't let them overbreed and overspread, and make sure the dwarves don't need to climb over top of each other, and you're basically okay. If you can do that, you're good. Thanks, Diamond. I mean, stab yourself in this instance, you know? Unfortunately, like, a lot of the stuff in DF is so nebulous, and a lot of the tutorials, like, the wiki is pretty up to date, but a lot of the, tutorials that people recommend a lot that are detailed are also out of date. That even if the majority of the information is still accurate, all you really need is, like, one person to be like, incorrect piece of information, and then you just need two people to tell two other people incorrect piece of information, and then it just starts to spread, which is why I'm like trying to be really careful about my suspicion of ghosts thing, because I might be totally wrong. Whereas like one thing I see a lot is just like, and you know, don't make sure that you slaughter all cats so you don't have a cat explosion. It's like, well, number one, cat explosions was a bug that was in the game for a couple of weeks that was fixed ages ago, and number two, they don't actually explode. That was somebody modding the game so that their cat's blood was hotter than lava. And like, or whenever I see somebody say something like make sure that you give every workshop their own room. That's something that someone said helps frame rate, which really doesn't. I mean, it doesn't hurt the frame rate, but it certainly doesn't help it. Like, really just cleaning up garbage and making sure your pathing is okay and have as many dwarves as your computer can handle is really just the best thing. Wildlife and thieves out? Cage traps. They're your best friend. Cage traps. We kill like dozens of wolverines a year with cage traps. Like right now there's a donkey in one apparently. Although actually that might have been just given to me. But yeah, cage traps. Just put them behind doors. As far as thieves go, we don't really get thieves very often here. I have weapon traps on the close to the entrances of where I store my food, which catch some of the buzzards, but not all of them. Similar to Kia's, they operate basically the same way. What kind of metal is that? Trifle pewter. Trifle pewter, not silver. You guys are gonna make Crypt Happy the most used emote on this channel. You know that, right? So keep doors unlocked and trap doorways, a dwarf load. Shh, a dwarf load? I'm not certain that's a word in the English language, but you know, we'll roll with it, so yes. More or less that. Is there a reason to lock a door? In case of were creature, lock door. Like if there's something that can't destroy buildings that is running straight towards your fort, yeah, lock the fucking door. But I mean, in general, is there a reason to lock a door? If something is charging at it that can't break a door down. Maybe if you need to stop a tantruming dwarf, or if you don't want dwarves... Basically, the rule of thumb with locking doors is pretty simple, right? You can lock doors, but don't lock a door with stuff behind it that dwarves want to get to, and don't lock a door... Like, if there's a dwarf on this side of the door and a dwarf on this side of the door, do not lock it, right? But if there is no dwarves on this side of the door, you can lock the door. So, for example, if I decided I didn't want any dwarves to go into this stockpile anymore, right? I could lock all of these doors, right? I could lock every single one of these doors. No dwarves are going to try and get in. No dwarves are going to try and come out. That's fine, right? However, if there is a dwarf on this side of the door, and I lock all of these doors, that'll wreck my frame rate. Because the dwarf is trying to get through and they can't. They might end up trying to climb out or break out or something, but that will hurt your frame rate. For example, I actually have a door that I locked down here as part of my magma pumping situation. Here, right? This door. This is a locked door. But I locked it when there was no dwarves on this side of it, so that I could build this wall to seal it without them, like, ending up on this side, because they kept ending up on this side, and I was getting annoyed with it. So instead, what I did was I just simply made sure that door... I need to pull this lever. Had no dwarves on the outside, so that they would stop going that way, so that I could dump lava out. Basically, do not separate two groups of dwarves with a locked door, and you won't have any frame rate problems. But the problem is, if you do have cats or something, cats, if the door is locked and not pet permitted, will just sit there, and they will have pathing problems too. So also make sure that there's like no cats or anything on the outside. That's kind of basically it. It's just, if you're going to lock a door, make sure you're not splitting your dwarves, and that's pretty much it. That's like how to keep your doors from wrecking your frame rate. Also, I just put another marker in the chat, and if I remember and feel like it later, I will go back and rewatch that. And maybe I'll put that up on YouTube as a little mini tutorial. It's been a while since I did one of those. How's Lumpy doing? Lumpy's doing better. That's good. Burrows tend to hurt pathing. Burrows can and will hurt your frame rate. Try and use them less if possible. Like, say, if I turn on Celebrate Burrow, my frame rate immediately slows down by like 5 or 10. So trying to avoid using burrows, because they will try and get to stuff on the outside, and burrows are just kind of buggy. I almost never use them. I will use what are they called? Routing priorities? What are they called? I can never actually find the menu because I never use them, but I want to say they're in designations. Yeah, traffic areas. Yeah, I will use these sometimes. These I'll use. Traffic areas, you just set restricted areas. They can still cross them if they have to, but they will just try as hard as possible to not cross a traffic area. So if I were to say, make this a no traffic area, they will try and walk around this line. That'll help. That's it. Let's just get rid of it. There we go. Sometimes, yeah, Squug. Yeah, I mean, everything is normal generally, but you can set areas to restricted and then other areas to priority, and then they will prioritize those areas. They will usually ignore them if there's like if you block all ways out to a specific, like say if you block all ways out of your fortress, they will ignore them and just cross them if they need to get out of the fortress to get an item, or go fishing or do whatever they want to do out there. but you don't have to do that. You can still just let them go out, but say you use it to say, don't walk along this particular line of blocks, or don't walk on this frozen creek. I'll often use it and say, don't walk across this frozen creek, because they're more suggestions than mandatory, right? Also, Diamond Destruct, the Dwarven Child, has created a Balrubid, a Gabbro figurine of Nomal Group Channeled, and she claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Cog Boar-Scaled. Balrubid, the growth of freckles. Now I want to know if Nomal Group Channeled had freckles. Wow, this is a long one. Buckle up. This is a Gabbro figurine of Nomal Group Channeled. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of Nomal Group Channeled, the dwarf, and dwarves in Gabbro by Diamond. Nomal Group Channeled is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Nomal Group Channeled to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in the mid-spring of 101. She must be a fan of Disney princesses. It is decorated with unicorn bone, unicorn leather, and encircled with bands of rectangular Gabbro cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of Gabbro, trifle pewter, unicorn leather, and on the item is an image of a boogeyman in Jasper Opal. In Jasper Opal. On the item is an image of Nomal Group Channeled, the dwarf, and dwarves in unicorn leather. Nomal Group Channeled is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the Nomal Group Channeled to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in the mid-spring of 101. Stop me if you heard that one before. On the item is an image of dwarves in Jasper Opal. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time in the Ignited Creation of the early spring of the year 5. That's a really, really, really detailed Gundam there, kid. A really, really, really detailed there, Gundam. Also, maybe worth noting, since there's a lot of people from the YouTube channel here, I'm planning on pestering Tarn again to have him on for another chat in for sometime either early or mid-November. Memory of 305 years ago? A little bit longer than that. Did I already fly past it? I may have. Yes, I did. There you are. Although, on Monday, I have a scheduled recording for a edited interview with the developer of Dungeon Mans, which will be coming way first. Before Tarn, I'm in talks with doing a video on, well, I'm set up to do a video for Dungeon Mans on which I will record on Monday, and then that'll hopefully go up within 2 weeks. And then, why is this stressed out dwarf just dragging a cow around? You okay over there, buddy? Jeez. Imagine just getting so depressed you forget you're dragging a cow. So Dungeon Man's first, then I'm probably going to do something with the Odd Realm developer again, because his first patch in a year is coming out on October 1st. So once he's done madly patching that game, I'm going to try and do an on-stream Q&A with him. We'll see what happens, similar to the ones I do with Tarn. And then after that, I'm going to pester Tarn again. So Dungeon Man's, another Odd Realm video, and then Tarn. I also would like to get Hugh on the channel at some point to talk about War Sim again, because frankly, he was a lot of fun to talk with too. And War Sim completely overhauled its combat recently, so. You are still improving, though. You are improving. 3 more days in prison. It's not enough. All right, how's that lava drainage doing? That's gonna take a little while to drain. Oh, I know why it's taking a while to drain. Because I need to actually let it drain, which it's currently not totally. But I think I figured out how to pressurize lava. So we're going to see if I can actually do that. What? I mean, if I can figure out how to fire lava at something, shouldn't I just go all the way and do it? I mean, seriously. Well, I mean, okay, so I know how to make lava cannons using minecarts. But I think I may have figured out how to do it with pumps. Because I kind of made that lava fire halfway across the screen after just a few seconds. What's up, Minstrel? How you been? It's good to see you. It seemed to. But we'll see. I need to... more science must be done, those first. More science must be done, did. But also, first I need all this lava to finish draining. Which is why, as I said, I need to test again. Cool. Man, if only I could just keep Lumpy in prison for another, like, 10 days. Because Lumpy's about to get released, I think. Relieved after being released, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Man, yeah, if I could use lava pumps to make lava cannons. That sounds like some good science. Some good science needs to be done. So we'll see. We'll see if I can do some science by the end of today. Speaking of science, how's the old storage going on down here? Bar and block. Just metal bars. I'm keeping wheelbarrows on these too. Yours soaker? No, see, that's a water cannon, not a lava cannon. Lava cannon don't do soaking. Lava cannon makes your face disappear. We've got our work cut out for us now. Although, oddly enough, water cannon doesn't generally soak. Water cannon usually just kills with impact water pressure, in my experience. The number of times I've accidentally killed stuff just by shooting it with water in Dwarf Fortress is not actually funny. It's like kind of devastating. The amount of damage you can do just by hitting somebody with a wall of water in DF is like... I've read combat logs of bones getting literally impacted so hard they fall apart on multiple occasions. So because of that, water cannons ain't fun for the person getting shot by the water cannon in DF. Okay, so first they're just going to move them up there. You know, I should just remove all these. I want you guys to use the new stockpile. You're going to go drink first. That checks out. One of my favorite early attempts at Dwarven engineering was I made a really big tall one square wide tower filled it all the way up with water, and then made my dwarves dump a bunch of metal balls and wooden balls into it, which fell down to the bottom. And then I opened a floodgate, and it just went whoosh and shot all of the balls out, and I killed an entire siege of, like, it was a small siege. It was like 14 goblins or something. I killed almost every single one of them with the, if not with the water, then with the balls. I will never understand why they carry wheelbarrows to these stockpiles. I will never understand that. That is one of the biggest mysteries to me in DF. I will never understand why they do that. It's like, guys, just wheel the wheelbarrows to the stockpile where they belong. Like, I get it. Like, you need to put them away. You need to put them somewhere. I understand that, but, like, why do you have to do it that way? It just seems so counterproductive. Do you think they'd put them in a wheelbarrow? I know I never thought about that, but maybe. Style map burning situation? Deforest before you fire. I mean, I don't have a lava cannon in this fort, but deforest before you fire. Fire into a controlled space. And, you know, have fail safes. That's generally, like, the rule of thumb for everything. Also, like, Boat Murdered, you also need to remember, is from 2007. Almost nothing in Boat Murdered is still relevant to DF because of how different the game was back then. So almost all of the issues and problems and things expressed in Boat Murdered are either now no longer issues or we have ways of getting around them. But generally, they're just not even issues anymore. So I think referencing Boat Murdered for any kind of how do you solve this problem, you don't even need to reference Boat Murdered, nor worry about it. Cool, someone made a copy of the Mountain Home for their musings. Is anybody actually writing copies? I do have a new scribe who's Abe. Speaking of Abe, how are you doing mentally? Feels pleasure near a statue. Satisfied remembering work. Satisfied while crying. Gotcha. Feels happy being near a tastefully arranged statue. Well, I haven't had any weird occurrences, but I've also memorialized all of the major concerns. I don't know. That's impossible. Okay, speaking of impossible, did you see my DM, Clino? The sound commands are for tier 2 and patrons. Tatanka, apologies. But just for sanity's sake. There you go. Yeah, anyway, Clino, did you see my DM? Because I'm convinced I have ghosts in this fortress. I'm convinced that this fort is haunted. I realize I sound crazy. I am convinced that this fort is haunted. You couldn't make slabs for outsiders? So, but here's the thing. I've never actually seen any of the ghosts. I'm just seeing the results of ghosts. They do need to stay up forever, yes. But like it would take a lot of dead to cover every single tile with them. Who are you gonna call Clinodev? Clearly, be like. Because I've had a few like royal treasurers die in the fort, and since those, and I've memorialized them now. But since they died, all of my guests were consistently going nuts, and I was starting to notice merchants coming in caravans, tripping and getting slammed against walls, which is things that ghosts will do. But I never had a notification that something was haunting my fortress, and nothing ever popped up in this screen as an undead. Ever. Dog is growling in her sleep. You chasing a squirrel? Anyway, but just, what the fuck? Anyway, my theory is, are ghosts spawning for people that have a lot of visitors in their fort, like let's just say a lot of bards or whatever, and they die from whatever, because things kill things all the time in DF. So, bunch of bards in DF, a bunch of them die for some reason, half of them turn into ghosts, and that's why people have tantrum spirals from random bards freaking the fuck out. Is this a possibility? Or am I just... Because, like, if DF is spawning ghosts that people can't see... I mean, I've played the same save file for a year. I think I've finally gone insane, Django. Can ghosts stalk around like thieves? Generally, they're, like, they only show themselves when they're going to hunt somebody. So you only see them, like, every so often if you do have them in your fort. Maybe this save file is haunted. Give it, like, give it 10 years and Longdeath will be an internet creepypasta. The save file that scared the streamer away. I'm just gonna like zoom down through and one layer is just gonna be a face and it's gonna be like, yo! Actually, no, then I just be like, get out of here, soldier boy. Can ghosts be visitors? No, ghosts are map specific. They're tied to the map, so ghosts can't leave the map. Unless you have that one weird ghost bug where ghosts can join the military, which I had for a bit once, which was awesome. Yeah, that too. There were no ghosts listed in the Legends export. And the other thing that we found, which I can show Clino, since he's here now, was why am I in the food porn room? This screenshot that Stone found. This human died in 252, bled to death, slain by Ghost, which is one of my dwarves, after going berserk. And then in 280, mortally wounded the dwarf Goffer, and he died of suffocation. So either it was an old injury, or this human who's been dead for 28 years killed Goffer. And just the fact that, like, I even remember commenting on it a couple of times. Every single time traders would show up, I'd be like, look, they're tripping. Or, like, they'd slam against walls. Like, I was getting the combat reports of them tripping and slamming against walls constantly. It was very weird. So... yeah, like, quite literally, I'm convinced that ghosts spawn that players can't see. Which, if that's the case, that is horrible. Like, absolutely horrible. But also kind of incredible. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so torn as to whether or not this is, like, maybe the worst thing that I've ever discovered in DF, but also this is great. New urban legend for DF, what, ghosts can spawn that players can't see? I need to reach redacted to see them. Yeah, you just expose hell and then suddenly you see all of the ghosts of everything that you've killed. I don't know. Like, I don't know how to feel about this. It's terrifying. Like, it's genuinely scary. You know, it's funny. Someone, I can't remember who it was, but early on in Longdeath, in the first, like, 30 years, was just like, yo, after you play this fortress for, like, 50, 60 years, you're going to start finding weird bugs. And I was like, probably not. But Any real life anomalies? You mean aside from the fact that I exist? Seeing those pop up in a single frame. Nope. Everybody at Axon and say happy birthday. Happy birthday, Axon. No, I'm not going to sing for you. So I hope you weren't expecting me to. Also, it's the 1st of spring, so if anybody's really old, they're going to die of old age. Yeah, I mean, existing is a real-life anomaly. I don't, to be totally clear, I don't believe in ghosts in real life. Aliens? Fuck yeah. Ghosts? Eh. 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 That's it, basically. All right, so who's arrived? The LHC would have detected them. Meanwhile, ghosts are getting absolutely blended by it. I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson says a lot of really funny things. I don't necessarily believe that they are true. But I like the guy. So my favorite thing that Neil deGrasse Tyson ever said was during a debunk of the movie Gravity. I can't remember what show he was on, but it was a talk show, and he was just sitting there, and he's just like, the Earth pops up at the very beginning of the movie, and it's like rotating. It's this dramatic shot, and he's like, huh. And the person who's interviewing him goes, what? And he goes, it's rotating backwards. Oh, hi, don't panic. What's up? Well, cheers. To be totally clear, I ain't going anywhere. Like, even worse, push comes to shove. Even if, like, I have to go get a job, I will just, I will keep streaming. It's just a last-minute precautionary measure, in my opinion. It's been 15 days of unsustainable numbers, and so that's just kind of a, hey, help if you can. And, you know, to give you an idea, yesterday I had an average of 32 people watching because of the changes on Twitch, and today we have 94, so that's a bit of a bump. So thanks, everybody, for coming to help. How is the old fort at this point? You've been using VODs as a way to put yourself to bed? Oh, really? Well, it's been months and you're 5 VODs in. Huh. Well, I'm glad that I've been putting you to sleep. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think I figured out that there are invisible ghosts that exist in Dwarf Fortress that the player can't see, which is terrifying. Fluffy Aardvark, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the stupid skulls. No, I've been told for years that I put people to sleep, not in a mean way. It's always I can't not sleep when I watch your streams, so I don't think that's a bad thing. I mean, at the rate that I'm going and the rate that you're going, you'll have Longdeath VODs to put you to sleep for the rest of your life. Like, if it's been months and you're 5 VODs in, like, you're not even, like, 2% through. Like, who needs to subscribe to Calm to put you to sleep for meditation when you could just listen to me ramble about whatever the fuck? I mean, I've been uploading VODs of this for a year and 20 days. 21 days. Yeah, but the ghosts that you can't see in real life don't throw you against walls, trip you, and make you go insane. Last I checked, anyway. dog is playing with her blanket, I think, and sneezing. So anyway, I'm just going to be super crazy about memorializing everything. Nice small tribute, Stone, if you're here. But yeah, thanks for watching YouTube VODs and the pennies in ad revenue. I'm just happy people watch them. You know, it's funny. When I started uploading VODs to YouTube, I had a couple people ask me, why are you doing this? No one's ever going to watch them. And, you know, hundreds of people do, quite literally. Every single VOD. So thank you to the people who watch the VODs that I put up. Of Dwarf Fortress or otherwise. It's like having German fairy tales. I mean, my streams are less like German fairy tales. For me, it's more just random Canadian rambles about nonsensical bullshit that chat happens to be talking about at the time with Dwarf Fortress sometimes. Day 148 is the 148th stream of Longdeath. So this is the 148th stream I've done of Longdeath, but they're not concurrent. Then the second number in the title is the number of total streams I've done. So, like it's a DBZ recap and then go to the next one. I mean, that's totally fine too. I mean, like I've told people this for ages. I don't actually expect people to watch them. Like, being completely honest with you, I don't expect people to watch them. Yeah, I've done 1,931 streams total. 146 of those have been Longdeath. Yeah. But here, you guys want to see a fun statistic? Let me show you a fun statistic. English. It's hard. I'm going to go to the first Longdeath VOD. In 1 year, I've made $48 off of this, which is, you know, it's taken a very long time. It's like maybe $1 a month off of this VOD. But out of 13,800 views, well, 13,821 views on the first VOD of Longdeath, for some reason, everybody jumps to exactly 1 hour and 26 minutes in. For some reason. But 8% of those people made it to the end. That's a lot of that's a lot. I said the fort's going okay and then rambled about ghosts for a bit. But in general, I mean, the fort's all right. We've had some problems with moody dwarves recently. The reason we're having problems with moody dwarves is because my outpost liaison kept beating people up and I couldn't put him into prison, which is what I'm now blaming on ghosts. Which doesn't make me sound like a crazy person at all, right? I'm not crazy. It's the ghosts, I'm telling you. So yeah, I have some problems with tantrums right now. However, because we do have two local forts, whenever the population gets low, I bring in merchants, and the merchants make babies, which become part of my fort permanently. And now one of them is tantruming, which is not good. Hopefully we can fix you. The Dwarf is generally pretty happy, but this one was one of the ones that witnessed the murders, so hopefully you commit minor crimes, we witness them, and can... Are people reporting that crime? Please be reporting crime, please. Sad, no one's reporting crime. Don't do it. That's a temple. So, you know, if you punch that, we could get another monster. I don't know, people tend to jump to an hour, 30 or an hour, 40. Anyway, I think that's interesting. Why did you throw your clothing, though? No, so yeah, we're having some tantrumy problems, so we're kind of at a bad spot currently, but it's not that bad. Okay, well, Seeker's punching his captain, which isn't ideal, but we'll put you back in prison. So, you know, it's been going all right. Things have been a little wishy-washy lately, mostly due to a gem window got toppled. Mostly due to the tantrums, but there isn't a huge amount I can do about that. I'm trying to deal with it as best I can. So it is what it is. Trying to deal with the tantrums as best I can, and I've memorialized almost every single named person who had more than one name, so wasn't an animal or a forgotten beast, that's died in the fort. And I've still got more that I still need to name or memorialize, but I've memorialized all the ones that I know were humans that lived in the fort, or stayed in the fort temporarily, or died in the fort. So I'm hoping that I've dealt with most of the theoretical ghosts. God, I sound like a crazy person. This game's making me feel like a crazy person. Like I feel like I've gone insane because I'm just like, I keep talking about ghosts that may or may not exist. The elves haven't been bringing us as much food lately, which means we have less plums, which makes me sad because plum wine is quite popular. But aside from that, like, the fort's going smooth. Frame rate's fine. Another thing, Clino, is lava pump stacks don't affect frame rate at all. Fire in caverns also doesn't affect frame rate at all because well, this used to be water. It's now all obsidian. I've been cleaning out the caverns by dumping lava on it. DF streamer gone crazy, gone wild. So you know, it's going all right. It's going all right. I'm just waiting for this lava to finish going away so that I can clean some boulders out so that we can get back to this. But you know, we've got the magma tower, or bong as Cupo dubbed it, done, which is actually just the gaudiest magma forge of all time. Maybe not of all time, but that I've built. I should sacrifice something to them. Just heard a weird sound, and it's the dog drinking. Well, we can sacrifice the mouse, because no one should play DF with a mouse. So we could do that. But I'm a bad person. I'm not used to dog sounds yet, okay? Just because I live with a dog now doesn't mean I'm used to listening to dog sounds. What, you just keep your hand on the mouse? I mean, I get it. It's just I mean, I put my hand on the mouse sometimes because I tab out of DF a lot when I'm playing DF. Like right now, I don't actually have DF up. I'm looking at it in OBS and checking stuff. Like check social media, check DMs, check other things. I try not to check Twitter too much because I'm generally not signed into Twitter. But yeah, no, I check other things quite frequently. So I do honestly often have my hand on my mouse, but I think it's almost time to do clothing. Everybody's clothes are starting to show some wear. Got progressively more parent. Today it did. Like, dude, the realization, like, this morning that, oh my god, what if we're fucking haunted? Broke my brain a little bit. I'll be honest with you, it broke my brain a little bit. I mean, it's a heck of a lot better than yesterday, which ended with me, like, sitting cross-legged on my floor trying to figure out what to do with the future of my stream. It's time to spring into the season with a new spring of fashion. That's for sure. But, you know, not much is gonna make me disappear. This stream will continue for a very long time, I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at my stats from today on Twitch, which I can't actually show you, I don't think. I've gotten more views from the raid of 2 people, from Mr. Tamika earlier, thank you very much if you're still lurking, than I've gotten from any other channel. Although I did get 3 recommended views from Soda Poppin' and 1 recommended view from Admiral Baru, so shoutouts to that. Just fucking lol. Twitch stats. It's a fucking nightmare. And Lumpy's tantruming again. That's actually good. I want Lumpy to go back to prison. Because Lumpy really liked prison, and if I could put Lumpy back in prison, Lumpy will improve. Oh, that's a dangerous gem window to break. I'm waiting for someone to break these gem windows at the top and then fall into the lava. That's something that I'm actually just waiting for. Because the only thing between the dwarves and the very long fall into the fiery pits are these gem windows. I'm waiting for someone to break a window and then fall down there. Oh, the tantrums are pretty common right now. I have a handful of dwarves that are tantruming a lot. It's just a small group of dwarves that are tantruming very frequently, and it's the ones that got beaten up a bunch by the tantruming outpost liaison and tantruming, what's it called? Tantruming outpost liaison and royal treasurers. So it's probably going to take us like 50 years to sort these out. Hey, cup of tea, what's up? Long time. You don't make clothes, you also don't check the state of your clothes and your dwarfs. So I think you should... Do you also have a lot of tantruming, upset, and sad, and distressed dwarves that are mortified by the fact that their clothing rotted off their body? You want to come up? Come on. It. Dwarves don't like being naked, though. Say hi to Holly. She's back. She's sitting on my headphone cable in a way that's not comfortable for me. Hold on, Holly. Just let me remove headphone cable from my lap so that you don't sit on it. There you go. Dog. Bad. Yeah.
Bark, 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 bark.
Oh,
bark,
back to
bark,
this.
Bark, 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 bark.
Oh, also, Hobo, I am totally down to play Aliens Fireteam Elite today, but we need a third. I'm just waiting for that game to be, like, eternally on sale or, like, free on Epic or something. Because you know that'll happen once it has a bunch of DLC. And then finding people to play it with will be easy. Considering they already have a weapons pack DLC, which is $10, which I got an email about the other day. Oh, shit. Speaking of free things, Tharsis is free on Epic, which apparently pops up over Dwarf Fortress for some reason. That shouldn't happen. If we can find a third, I'm down. We need to find a third, though. Dog have a lot of dignity. She's a very classy poodle. To be fair, she'd probably look cuter if I turned off the camera filter. There you go. Now she looks like a poodle. Merchants will be leaving soon. I've traded with them, haven't I? Another giant rat plunged to its death. This is a regular occurrence. Shit cam must stay shit, but like, then you can't see the floof. She needs a mohawk. I think my parents would be very unimpressed if I gave her a mohawk. I'm not gonna lie. Are they getting pushed by something? No, the cavern is, well, here. It's easier to show you if I just show you. Let's pause the game so that the elves don't leave. This cavern is very, 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 very steep. And very, 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 very deep. And things like, I'm pretty sure this guy right here, this giant cave toad, will try and go from higher up in the... This isn't spoilers. What do you want about? They'll try and go from... I guess, yeah, the existence of caverns, maybe. Will try and go from higher up to further down. So they'll try and go from, like, up here to down here. And they'll try and climb down, but they usually end up just falling. And then, like, right here... In fact, that's a forgotten beast. They'll just eventually end up falling. And just going splat. This happens every time I've ever had... there's another one. Really deep caverns like this. So these lower layers are like full of dead rats and shit that are just jumping off the edge and going splat. So no, they just start climbing and then they fail their climb checks and then they go splat. That's all it is. So it's nowhere near as cool as like it could be. It's literally just like, yo, they slip and fall, dude. Brought a fluffy wambler, cougar, and a unicorn. Well, great. Yep, it does. It'll push and pull corpses. Speaking of, I can probably clear those boulders out now. Wait, what? Oh, I see where I screwed this up. Look at the wrong thing. Alright, so I need to deconstruct that floodgate. It's going to take a minute, but I can do it. Oh, there's still one... Oh, no, that's fine. It's just one piece of lava. All right, so I need to deconstruct these walls. Now we just need to wait for a dwarf to come do it. Oh, my mayor would like 3 picks. I'm having to play around a dog. I'll show you what I mean. Forge the iron pick. 3 of them. This is an awkward angle to type. And then we just wait. Things do try to jump over gaps. I actually had a dwarf jump over a 3-tile gap over top of a 200... Or not 200, like a 30 to 40 Z level drop above water to get to a pet cat, to pet the cat. So there was like a ladder here, and then there was a tower cat mushroom here, and the dwarf jumped from here over to there to pet their pet cat. So, yes, things jump over. And then the cat jumped back and the dwarf was stuck there. And we had to build a bridge to save the dwarf. Yeah, that's the spirit of the game was made by a cat person. You wish Krug Smash would draw that? I actually made a video about it. It's one of the Today in Dwarf Fortress videos from forever ago. We're teaching the dog to look at ASCII. Look at her. She's actually looking beneath the monitor, like at my keyboard mostly. Holly. Holly. Look up. Perk your ears up. Look cute. Entertain the audience. Or don't. Gremlin from air? Seems sus. Uh-oh. I think Seeker just killed Cog. I think that's Diamond's parent. Diamond, I think your dad just died. Yep, your dad just died. So apologies. Apologies, but that being said, hopefully somebody reports that crime so that we can punish Seeker accordingly. No, why are you using happy? That's the wrong emote. Hi, Infinity. But yeah, no, Longdeath, for those of you who've never watched this stream before, is almost more of a dwarven soap opera than most forts. But I think that's part of why it's fun, is because it's a lot of like small mundane problems, but the small mundane problems get very entertaining. All right, I need to make a new floodgate. You know what, we're just gonna put it up here. Let's just make sure nobody gets stuck behind it. Yes, they killed your dad. But it's okay. Your dad was just a merchant. You're actually part of the fort. So you're significantly more valuable than your dad was. That is a very mean thing to say in any context, even DF. But what killed your dad? Seeker did. The dwarf. Seeker is one of the dwarves that's been tantruming quite a bit. Unfortunately, Seeker's in the military, so Seeker is quite strong. Let's see if I can get you underneath it. Speaking of dwarves that are stressed, Stone apparently is stressed. Well, now that just can't be. Not again. Well, time to get Stone training. You saved me 3 key presses? No, because that would also expel the sun with it. IV, I'm bad at Roman numeral. Stone 4, I think? First stone was pushed down some stairs. Or one of the stones was pushed down some stairs. One of them fell very far. Or one of them got murdered, one of them got pushed downstairs. So the stones have had a very bad luck. They're not the greatest family line, unfortunately. No, come on. Sheesh. Okay, fine. Don't construct that. Instead, we'll construct it there. That'll work. Now the only problem is, I didn't think this through. It's okay. I'll make this work. Do you want to cause the grandma apocalypse? Because then yes. Cookie Center gives you research. Research lets you research grandma powers. Grandma powers gives you more cookie. This is a very relevant dev conversation. It's actually kind of funny. One of the comments I got on the video from this morning was just like, you know, Blind, I'm more concerned about the fact that Discord claims that you've been playing Cookie Clicker for the last 11 hours. It's like, well, I also was asleep for 9 of them, so. Also, I can't, it's in the current year, I can't even have a drug addiction without Discord outing me. It sucks. Cookie Clicker is on Steam, so yes. The Steam version does, anyway. The Steam version for Cookie Clicker is $5, and my logic was, I've gotten, like, unironically hundreds of hours worth of fun out of Cookie Clicker over the years. So, yeah, I'm going to give him $5 for the fun that I had in the past, and I will spend another couple hundred hours playing Cookie Clicker. Maybe more than that. Because, you know, I've played Cookie Clicker on and off over the years and gotten pretty far a couple of times, and probably let it idle in a web browser for 1,000 hours easy, so yeah, I'll give him $5 for it and play some more Cookie Clicker again and get some Steam achievements. Why not? That seems like fun. I mean, you know what's also a meme? Rick Astley. You know who has a lot of money? Rick Astley. Being a meme makes you a lot of money if you market it correctly. But now Cookie Clicker is, well, let's say 58,000 people are currently playing Cookie Clicker on Steam, and it has 98% positive, 9,962 reviews. And it's $5. And another $5 if you want to buy the soundtrack, which doesn't have that many reviews, but, you know. Lots of people are buying Cookie Click. So, buy Cookie Click, click Cookie, cause grandma apocalypse, find true happiness. It's a good time. Yeah, I mean, it's actually really interesting if you go read some interviews with the creator of Cookie Clicker and, like, watch a few of the little mini videos about Cookie Clicker. The developer is pretty blunt about he doesn't understand why it's so popular and tried his best to make it less fun, but people kept playing it and people seem to love it, so he's just kind of continued developing it. I don't know. I kind of have a lot of respect for the dude. I think it's a really cool story, especially because, like, he never monetized the shit out of it. Like, they never put microtransactions in it. It always kind of, you know, was just, you can just play Cookie Clicker if you'd like. So, I don't know. I think it's neat. It's always a neat story to me. I thought I did that. Maybe I didn't. All right, well, let's try that a second time. Maybe something canceled it. A lot of them goes towards paying the money to play the game less. Yeah, no, totally. Which is why I always liked Cookie Clicker, because, like, it doesn't work that way. You know, Cookie Clicker is just you play the game. And there was ads in this on the web version, but that's it. Is for the achievements, yeah. You hit level 3 and then you ascend immediately. But, you know, I play Cookie Clicker casually. It's fun. Eventually I'll go hardcore Chivo hunting, but right now I don't care. I'm just kind of playing and ascending and having fun. Most of the fun in Cookie Clicker for me, though, is just talking about Cookie Clicker to people who know a little bit about Cookie Clicker, because everybody who knows nothing about Cookie Clicker thinks that you are insane the second you start talking about Cookie Clicker, because it is absolutely bonkers. I mean, I don't think that we should sit here and argue the monetization behind idle games, but I will agree with you that it's the reason I don't play the majority of them. Like, I think we all agree here that microtransactions in clickers are a little silly, but there's plenty of good clickers out there that have fair business models. So. Whereas, like, Cookie Clicker is just $5 and you just get it. So, frankly, fuck it. Why not? Looking up this other one to trigger, and then we're going to turn the power on. Also, let's make more bins. Iron bin. Let's just make 50. Not 0.50, just 50. Also, that stockpile full of cages is full of giants and minotaurs. Mostly. A couple Ettins. I mean, you hire grandmas before you set up mines and factories. You get mice to click, and then you hire grandmas. It's when you start buying upgrades for the factories like child labor. Cheaper and more efficient and healthier production. Cookie Clicker is really dark, though. It's a very bleak, like, representation of capitalism and overproduction and consumption. And now there's a cute dog on screen. This is where you all swoon. She heard dog and cute. She knows I'm talking about her, right? Yep. What's up? Why are you giving me puppy eyes? She's not that floofy. I mean, you should see her when she needs a haircut. She turns into a Pomeranian. All right, now we can turn the power on. And then we are going to let it run for a minute. Because I want to test a thing. This is some science, chat. I want to see how efficient... Cat, I can't see my keyboard. Okay. Did I call you a cat? I'm so... It's been a long day. All right, let's fill this in. She's trying to tell me she saw a ghost in the fortress. Actually, I think she's telling me it's been a long day and you've been streaming for 6 hours, and I went on a walk 7 hours ago. And I went outside to pee briefly, but I would like to go on a very long walk, is probably what she's trying to tell me. Because she got a 40-minute walk yesterday morning and a 2-hour walk in the evening. And this morning she got a 25-minute walk. So she wants a long walk. Hey, Rookie RL, what's up? All right, so I'm just going to let this fill up for a little bit. Chat, how long should we let this sit here for? What do you think? You don't want to see the science, Diamond? Before going to bed? I think so. I think so. Although I think it may have built up as much pressure as it's going to because the entire pump stack is full all the way down, you see? So now I guess I can go open this up and we'll see what it does. I mean, it's not going to take 4 minutes. It's going to take 30 seconds. Let's just see how far that shoots because it shot pretty far last time. I have like 70 hours in it on Steam and a lot more before it was on Steam, Rookie. So, no, I've never heard of it. Please tell me all about it. Zan, answer that? Yeah. Pumps build up pressure. I think that they build up pressure based on the amount of lava in the pump stack. Yeah, because it immediately pumped everything out of the pump stack. But yes, I've heard of Tome. What am I doing with lava? Burning the caverns. Because I would like to reclaim the caverns at some point, but that's difficult to do because it's kind of full of corpses. So we are cleansing the corpse-riddled caverns by simply pouring a lot of lava on it. No, it's not dangerous because there's no dwarves in the caverns. It's been totally safe. Also, hi, Coldfire. How are you? We are simply burning stuff. Night Diamond. Thanks for hanging out. You can't tell if that's floor. So this is solid unmined rock. This is cavern floor that's covered in moss. These are cavern trees that are essentially giant mushrooms. The little letters with the red backgrounds are dead critters. And then the blue stuff is water. You die just looking at lava? A question, how are you not dead? It shot out. Not instantly like water, but it went... It instantly pumped everything that was in the pump stack out. So if I had like 200 Z levels, or like 150 Z levels worth of pump stack going all the way down to the magma sea, it would fire pretty far. But it filled up the entire pump stack on both sides of all the pumps and then instantly shot it all out. The second the thing dropped. You have a knot in your ear. You have a little mat. Need to talk to Mom about that. Keeping you going. I'm glad the YouTube stuff can help. I'm sorry if I freaked anybody out with the call to arms video this morning. It's very much just a, oi, Twitch made changes that made streaming significantly harder, or at least finding new people to watch the stream significantly harder. So it was just kind of I wouldn't describe it as a Hail Mary, but just like I've been dealing with the worst stats of the last 3 years the last week. So sending out that request was basically just hey, if you want to help make my life a lot easier right now during hard times, just lurk in the channel. Just hang out, just pop the tab open and leave it up. It helps a lot. But if you can't do that, that's also fine. Also, a couple new people have signed up to the Patreon today, which has been nice. But yeah, please don't die. And if you're allergic to lava, today would be a bad day to watch the stream. Although, you get to see a miniature white poodle. So that's maybe a benefit. Hopefully my landlord doesn't watch my stream because she doesn't know I have this. Don't tell my landlord, okay, chat?
Bark, 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 bark.
What did I tell you? I said don't tell my landlord, Pila.
Bark, 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 bark.
Are you telling the landlord?
Bark, 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 bark.
She's not a puppy. She's like 10 years old. I'd actually need to ask my mom how old she is, but she's roughly 10 years old from what I remember. It's the family dog. Yeah. No, I mean, there's been, I mean, currently the time is subjective release date is hidden, but the estimated release date is August 10th, 2022, currently. So I personally, I don't think it'll be out this year. I think it'll be out next year sometime. But I think that's just let's set it to a date that's far away in the future, so it's coming soon. Like, it's the estimated release date doesn't matter much. Welcome back, Dragonman. And now more stuff goes Bernie. But even since the last time we did this, there's a bunch more corpses down here. With lava? It's the easiest way to clean the corpses out of the caverns without actually going into the caverns. And I'm going to keep doing this until they're almost completely clean. And then at that point, I can then make sure that there's no forgotten beasts in the caverns. And then from there, I can start reclaiming small parts of the caverns. We're not quite at that point yet, but we can start mining around in the caverns more easily, getting the metals out of the caverns and all of that stuff. Because there was like 200 years worth of corpses in the caverns before, which was enough corpses that when I built this glass lava tube over here, just entering the caverns was enough to make my dwarves immediately tantrum and go into shock. Getting rid of dead monsters. There are so many corpses in the caverns. Like if I go over here and like look down here, like just look at all of those. Everything that's red with a red background is a dead body. Yeah, literally hundreds, more than 250 years worth of dead corpses, roughly. Dozens of forgotten beasts, killing like naked mole dogs, trolls, crundles, pond grabbers, snake people, cave crocodiles, cave toads, bug, the weird bat things, giant bats, Drothlas, all that stuff. Gorlax, snakes. There was a bunch of plump helmetmen down here for a bit. No, nothing removes the deceased from the list. But they remove the corpses so that I don't need to go down there and manually clean them. Are you going down? You want down? Down? Or are you just trying to sit somewhere a little comfier? She's like all the way over there now, but she's still in my lap. Just gonna, there you go. Make my life easier. Yeah, the poor Gorlax. So yeah, no, I'm just trying to remove the corpses so that the dwarves don't have panic attacks when they go down here. Although I think that if I dig through the obsidian, they'll still hit the corpses. So I can't really dig through the obsidian. But I will be able to dig around the outside and get some of it. Also, it is now summer. So yeah, that's what we're doing, is I'm just trying to clean the caverns. Clean them. The bottom of Longdeath is a tomb. Someone actually stated that Longdeath's name is very fitting because Longdeath isn't a fortress, it's a mass grave. An open mass grave, which is like maybe a little darker than I wanted it to be, but A garbage goober? What, just something that goes around and just consumes corpses? And then they're tameable and you can just, like, let a whole bunch of them out in the basement? Doesn't Oxygen Not Included have a critter that just goes around eating garbage and it shits out coal or something? What would a garbage goober eat? Would it shit out, like, wood? What would be, like, the response to that? Be milkable for old newspapers. I would think that like it would shit out some sort of like wood equivalent that you could then construct into wood, and then it could be like a replacement for elf pissing off elves, annoying elves. You know what I mean? But also the other problem that we have up here is all of this. There's all of these dead things up in the trees that I still need to get rid of. So either I need, like, the trees to catch fire and burn them, or I need to pour lava directly on top of them. Would it consume candy gear? I don't actually... Is candy gear lava safe? It wouldn't consume iron. So I suppose so. I've never actually, like, poured lava on adamantine, so I don't know. Oh, the hypothetical garbage goober? I mean, I have no idea. No idea. Probably. Actually be a dangerous addition to DF, would eat artifacts and corpses you were holding. I mean, like I said, I don't know. I'm not going to theory craft things that don't exist. Because generally when I theory craft things that don't exist, 6 months later people ask me if that thing exists. And then I'm like, no, we were just bullshitting. So I don't know. I'm not a designer. Been saving thumb drives that you've gotten at food shows because you needed some. Just plugged in one that was 168 megabytes. And the other was fucking 80. They were given to you in 2018. It's got to have been more expensive to get those tiny fucking drives than like a gig. Yeah, that's weird. Unless they were like old stock. Maybe they bought them in like 2006 and they're still working through their supply. Maybe they spent a shit ton of money for them in like... wait, hold on. What version of USB are they? Are they USB 3.0 or 2.0 or what version of USB are they? Also, yeah, what the hell? What company makes a 80 megabyte USB stick? That is crazy. That's extremely silly. I mean, I'd have to look at the plug to be able to tell you, but I'm also not that much of an encyclopedia for those things. But also, yo, that's crazy. Oh no, not Abe. That's a bad one to have tantrum. This dwarf hasn't been depressed in like 100 years. How old are you? 152. Man, I hope you die of old age soon. That's mean to say, but I do hope. This dwarf can like one-shot dwarves. He's so strong. If you do one-shot somebody who's already depressed, please. Okay, you didn't hurt anybody. Whew. Yeah, the last free USB drive I got at an event was 8 gigs, which was actually branded with humankind, and came in a nice wooden container that I used to hold up my air conditioner, because the wheel fell off my air conditioner, and it's the same size as my air conditioner's old wheel. So I literally used the container for it to prop up my AC. I'm not super anal about collecting collectibles or anything, as you maybe you can tell. Let's sell all those pipe sections to the humans. I could melt them down, but I'll just sell them. Artifacts are, yeah, Clino is correct. Artifacts are indestructible. Even if you drop them into the red sparkly stuff, they will be on the surface if you make a new fort. And you can still rob them. Basically, if you retire the fortress, they will come back. Unless you trade them away or give them to somebody. Or expel somebody who's carrying one. Although I think if a Kia steals one, they just become, air quotes, lost, right? You can't Atom Smash them, I don't think. I'm pretty sure they just appear on top of the Crusher, don't they? Or maybe they reappear if you reclaim. I haven't Atom Smashed an artifact in a long time. Although I don't care about artifacts all that much, so I don't know. Oh, hey. You're new. Euthra Mazed Catch. Heads up, Stone. We got a new one. Euthra. Her quite sparse hair is extremely long, her brass eyes are bulging, her head is tall, and her nose is slightly wrinkled. Her nose bridge is slightly convex, and her hair is gray mixed with white. Her skin is sandy taupe. Brass. Yeah, already. I mean, this one also seems pretty old, mixed with white. Must have died of old age, I would think. But brass eyes. Also, Hobo, I don't know who we could play Aliens with, because I don't know anybody else who owns it. I literally just checked my friends list. I don't know anyone else who owns it. It's literally just you and Picture Point. Oh, and Cringer. I think when you smash, if you try and smash artifacts, they just end up on top of the bridge. I think. I read it out, but I already forgot what it was. Amazed Catch. I'm making a statue of them for the history hallway. I think maybe it depends on the material then. Because I'm pretty sure I tried to smash an artifact table for science once and it was fine. Made of metal. Man, Cog bled. Someone is just running around covered in Cog's blood. Because Cog's blood is just appearing everywhere. That's kind of distressing. Well, today I built all of these, which were all the creatures in the list with more than 2 names. But down here we have all of these coffins for all of the dwarves that have died. So, you know, a couple. Two or 3. I also haven't seen a single person trip or get slammed against a wall. Euthra says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. I mean, the fort is 300 years old. Death happens. Death happens. Just like real life, death happens. Euthra says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Alright, we should bring in our trader to set up a grand cemetery. I mean, it's Halloween, so it's fitting. Although, to be clear, these in the middle are not memorials. These are just lead statues. Because I had a shit ton of galena in this fortress, and I still do. So I have billions of, like, at one point I had, like, it was like 8,000 blocks of lead or bars of lead, and I hadn't even smelted half of it. So this is just lead statues of one design of a dwarf holding a spear, striking a triumphant pose that I just made a billion of them. So they're just kind of my terracotta army equivalent thing. So to be clear, those aren't memorials. It's just the coffins around the edges. Where's my trader? Oh, you're already there? Duh. I was like looking for a purple dwarf. I didn't see one. How are you going to import corpses? What? Soda Jerk 13. I'm just I know that that's not your name, but I'm just imagining what jerky soda would be like. I'm just imagining like weird fizzy meaty beverage. And I find it mildly disturbing. Thank you very much for the follow and for subscribing with Twitch Prime. And enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes. Cheers. I'm just imagining a fire pole in DF. That would be kind of hilarious. Elevators and sewer systems are all that you want. Well, when I did the last interview with Tarn, he did state that he is now entering onto Team Manure. He is considering adding cow poop. So that's cool. It's a reference to ice cream soda fountain workers in the 20s. Oh. I mean, I did my time in fast food, and I've cleaned many a soda fountain, so. Well, he says that he still thinks that dwarf, like, manure might be a bit much, but, like, you know, it could be used as part of tanning, for example. So maybe one day we'll be able to catapult cow poop at things, which I think would be incredible. Not offering enough items? I'm sad. I wasn't even looking at the value. I need more stuff. Oh, I see the problem here. Duh. How's that? There you go. Bring crafts now. Craft poop ball. A masterwork quality ball of cow dung. I'm just waiting for moats filled with cow poops. It'll happen. It's inevitable. Control fine moving. I mean, yeah, so many questions would be asked if more people just looked at this list. Like, this list on the Bay 12 website, just under development, right there, you know, everybody just goes to this page and then forgets that the rest of the website exists. But if you just click development, man, there's so much going on in here. So many questions would be answered if they just looked at it. Speaking of, I love the screenshots page. So a lot of it is kind of super duper out of date. Like, what version is this? Like, seriously, what version is any of this? I mean, I guess the game doesn't visually look all that different, but why can't I click on that one? Why don't that one work? Sad. Goblin 4 has bled to death. Rip Goblin 4. Those are very old screenshots. I mean, what I'm hoping for, I want Tarn to implement cow poop and maybe like Drathla poop and like big animal poop to use as manure, right? That's what I want. And then I want a dwarf to pick up a pile of manure and throw it at a Forgotten Beast. It hit the Forgotten Beast in the eye and blow up the Forgotten Beast's brain. That is what I'm waiting for. I want that screenshot of that combat log, and then my life will be complete. I want a dwarf to kill a Forgotten Beast by throwing poop at it. That's... Because I had a dwarf kill a Forgotten Beast by throwing a dead rat at it. It was a dead rodent. I think it was a hamster, actually. And it was, to date, one of the funniest things that's ever happened to me in DF. I don't actually need to do all of these. There's a lot of good quality clothing in here. Are you saying that it would be smeared out into a spiral? Is that what you're suggesting? Fluffy Wambler versus Colossus was my favorite cartoon that was on television when I was growing up. just like the fluffy rambler is the natural predator of the bronze colossi, yeah. And the only way to kill a lion is by throwing a lion into the lion. Let's see if I can find that screenshot. Ah, yeah, this fan art. This is like top 5 favorite DMF fan arts. Is this really on fucking Pinterest? My God. There you go. Dwarf picks up lion, throws lion at lion. The spinning lion corpse strikes the lion in the upper body, bruising the muscle and jamming the left false rib through the left lung and tearing apart the lung. The lion is having trouble breathing. The lion corpse is lodged firmly in the wound. All I'm saying is the easiest way to kill a lion is throw a dead lion at the lion. Imagine what that dwarf could do with a baseball. It's quite literally one of my favorite pieces of Dwarf Fortress fan art ever created. He could definitely kill a baseball using a baseball. Absolutely. I want to know what that dwarf's miscellaneous object skill was. It's probably really, really high. Huh. Hobo, I don't know if you know, but Aliens Fireteam Elite put out a 28 gigabyte install update. So I downloaded the update, which was 1.6 gigs, but it's installing it now, which is 28 gigs. Yeah, indeed. It's because they put out a $10 DLC this morning. Anyway, I'm updating in the background. But yeah, I don't know if we have a third. So I don't know what we want to do. I could just play some Conquest of Elysium this evening, but I don't know. And the game's not on sale or anything, so it'd be asking someone to spend like $50 on a game, $40 on a game to play with us for 3 hours. So I don't know. You think Deathgate made a red monster with a sword artifact and was made from fire? Speaking of fire, I wonder how that cavern's doing. I should probably check on it. Not bad. Oh, speaking of water, let's see if we can see some water pulling corpses. Keep an eye on the top right corner of the map. And I'll zoom in. Let's see if the evaporating water sucks some of the corpses in. That might also be happening down here, though, too. Okay, yeah, it's happening down here as well. Yeah, the evaporating water will cause currents to suck corpses in sometimes. Which is super cool when it happens. I mean, it's 50 CAD. So yeah, I mean, we can just wait till next week until Picture Point's back if you want. Hobo. Because I think he'll be back by next week. Because I think he's flying back home from LA right now. Because he said he was flying to DC, so... Also, that's cool. There was water around this tree, but it all evaporated. That's actually kind of awesome. How deep is the water here? 4? That's actually not that deep. Damn. It's probably from all of the lava. All right, so we'll do that then. We'll play next week. More aliens next week. I'm just hoping I'm hoping that game gets like a 50% off sale in the future so we can just pull more people. Well, lava is infinite, so infinite. As much as we need is the amount of lava that we have. As much as I'm willing to pump, basically. I am generating power with water. The power comes from, well, that piston, but the power is coming from... it's 2 pump stacks, technically. The power comes from this. All of these water wheels. Which is this... which is pouring from this water up here, which is powered by a single pump and a single windmill. So it's pouring down to here, which is then powering all of the turbines, which is powering the pump stack and transferring power to the lower pump stack through this power swap, which goes down to there. That's how I'm powering it. And then it's generating that, which is pouring all the lava down into here. Which, like I said earlier, is probably the dwarfiest thing I've built in this fortress. Also, did anybody else notice that Reddit added bells? So you can now get notifications from specific subreddits. It's super annoying because it turned on notifications for all of the most popular subreddits. I had to go through and disable them all. It's like, no, I don't want to see notifications from fucking /r politics and etc. It's annoying. Also, because you said pop stack, I look at that word and it just looks like popsicle to me. It's like, how are you generating power for your popsicle? I'm like, sorry, my what now? Seeker's slipped into depression a dozen times or so, but because Seeker created an artifact, like most of the dwarves in this fort, it's impossible for them to permanently go into depression. So he'll snap out of it when he gets hungry. I'll have you know I am rated R. This actually is like a mature rated stream, so. Last I checked, anyway. So what do you guys think? Little bit of artifacts or antidepressants? I didn't think about it that way, but I guess so. Chat, how do you guys feel about a little bit of Conquest of Elysium tonight? Yeah, it's impossible for them to permanently become depressed once they've made an artifact or mastered a skill. Once they get legendary in a skill and they're flickering, it's impossible for them to go insane. Once they've achieved their dream, basically. Because every dwarf has a dream, right? And once they've achieved that dream, then from there, they can't go insane. Yeah, they have a dream, a song to sing. Just like those Supa Trupa lights are gonna find me. Tonight the Supa Trupa beams are gonna find me. Like the sun. Something something DMCA. Ah, Steam. Not permanent lava lakes, but that's not hard. True story, actually. I used to be in a sprint kayaking, which is like the sport that I did when I was in school, and well, not because of school. It was just the sport that I was in for years, and most of my coaches were Polish, and they all for some reason loved ABBA, so every single every single time I was ever in a gym working out, it was always either ABBA, Nelly Furtado, or some fucking random Russian hard bass was always what we listened to. So I associate gyms with ABBA, Nelly Furtado, and working out. So because of that, I know like the entirety of ABBA's discography, whether I like to or not. Actually, I don't mind ABBA. I think ABBA's pretty fine, but lol, band indeed. Yeah. Although you're an old soul, yeah, but Do you have like 250 records within arm's reach? Because I do. I'm sorry, what? That by avatars do you mean like people pretending to be them? Because that's not real. That's bullshit. That would be like if I was gonna say that'd be like if Queen put out new music, but Queen still kind of does. So nah, I'm good. Holographic avatars? Nah. And I saw the Monkeys a couple of years ago with Hobo, who's in chat. Hobo, do you remember that time that we saw the Monkeys? That was a weird afternoon. So they're like Dio. But like, what? Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to a people.com article. This is going to end well. Okay, so here's the thing about this shit, right? This is fine. If you're dead, if you're alive, fucking perform. You weirdos. Like, I wouldn't blink if, like, ZZ Top did another tour with a hologram of Dusty. That I'd be totally cool with. But, like, if you're not dead, don't. That was a good Weird Afternoon. One of the better Weird Afternoons I've had in a while. What, the Monkeys? I've never actually seen it. We were just at the fair in BC, and it was one of those, like, we're sitting in the beer garden drinking, and then suddenly music. Huh. The Monkeys? What? I think the next day the Beach Boys played, which frankly I think I rather would have seen him, but... They still want to look like the California Raisin? You know, I don't know. I don't know. It's like I will go see Iron Maiden every time they come to Vancouver until they're all dead. And you know what? They all look way older than anybody like in ABBA. Everybody in ABBA looks like they're like my mom looks young. Like they look younger than my mom. No offense, Mom. But, like, seriously. It's... I don't know. They can still perform. Grow up. I rest my case. On the topic of bands no one's ever heard of before, I'm going to go see Terrifier next year. That thrash band that opened for Slayer once in the 80s. That still writes music. They're all in their, like... early 60s. And they're still touring, so fucking, if they can, so can ABBA. And no one goes to see them. Except for me, apparently. Speaking of bands that shouldn't tour anymore, Hobo, me and Kevin bought tickets to go see, Dope, Fear Factory, and Static X. So, speaking of bands that are missing a member. Rip Danny Static. Yeah, right? At a venue that sells 70 tickets, or 75 tickets right now. They might sell another 75 if the crowd density rules change, but yeah, $25 to see Dope, Fear Factory, and Static X. Like, that's like a stadium show in 2002. Like, that is crazy to me. It's gonna be a lot of fun, but also, oh my God, how the mighty have fallen. It's almost all of that water. There's not too much more to burn on this side. But, I mean, maybe this round of pumping can get over to this and clean all those bodies out. Oh, it's already sold out. Also, like, it depends on what COVID regulations are like at that point. I mean, it's such a small crowd, but I mean, it's the rickshaw, right? It's a 150-person venue normally. They usually sell about 250 tickets because they're always over capacity. So, you know. That's just 6-pack and drinks. I mean, yeah, why not? It'll be like 5 people in the pit just like getting really, really, really hurt. And then like everybody else just ignoring them. It'll be great. I can't wait. I'm stoked. It's going to be a lot of fun. Although, concert's coming up soon. I'm going to see Ginger in that same venue. At the rickshaw. Water turns into the obsidian. Or water plus lava turns into obsidian. So all of this is obsidian down here. All of this. Although it's full of corpses, so I can't really go digging through it. I mean, I saw them at the same venue on Halloween in 2019. So that's going to be fucking great. Yep, the lava will keep on flowing over the stone without or over the water without blocking itself. Assuming it's not just flowing off the map, which it may start flowing off the map. Also, I don't know how this Gorlak hasn't caught fire yet. But there's a Gorlak skeleton there, which just, for some reason, doesn't want to burn. Well, this side's almost done. But you know, today in Longdeath we got extremely paranoid. We prepped for a whole bunch of ghosts, which may or may not have existed. But nobody from any of the trade caravans today got thrown into walls, so that was cool. And it seems like our diplomats are doing all right, which is also good. Because of all of the disruptions and fear, we didn't actually build that much stuff. But hey. Aside from that, it's okay. Few dwarves got depressed and we fixed them. Speaking of, how's Stone doing? Still a little stressed. Okay, Stone's gonna go training again. We discovered that I can use pumps as cannons, which is kind of cool. And we're doing more cavern cleaning. It is almost as far as it can go up top, which means it'll probably pump way faster on this side. Or speed up a little bit. I'm kind of hoping we can get it down to here, but if we can't, we can always redirect up here again, which wouldn't take too long. It'd just be a matter of, like, digging over this way. And then, you know, like, down here. Down here. And then that'll pour into here. So we could just do that, which is probably what I'll do. And then that'll flood this area, which will get rid of even more of the bodies, which is what we need to do. So we can do that next week, I think. On Tuesday. Because I think I'm taking Saturday stream off. I don't think I'll be here Saturday, because I think me and my dad are going on a hike. And because my hikes are on my dad's schedule, not on my schedule, because my schedule is way more flexible than his. If we're going on a hike, we're going on a hike, which means we're going on a hike. So in that case, if we're going on a hike, we're just going to go on a hike. and I just won't be here. Also, because that new Valheim update is out, over on the Halcyon Frequency Discord, if you're subscribed to my channel, you can go get whitelisted to go play on one of our 3 possible Valheim servers. Currently, there's just 1 on there, but there could be up to 3. So if you would like to play some Valheim with some members of my community, FG's community, Jess's, etc., that exists now. There's a few people on it, from what I can tell, and there will probably be a few more over the next few days, weeks. It's just public, so you can just, well, once you get whitelisted, if you're subscribed to one of us, you can just jump in, and that's going to be running probably for quite a while, at least until people get tired of it. So yeah, that's the thing that we're doing. There's also still the Minecraft server and the Empyrean Galactic Survival server, but this is just the newest one. We're also going to have a Ivorian server soonish, once Evil Trick comes back from his constant earaches, which is awful. I don't envy it. Shoutouts to those mushroom trees right there that are like blocking the lava from flowing off the map. Oh, there's one that's catching fire. So you can see a bunch of water evaporating. Oh, there we go. We got corpses getting sucked in. Look at that. Look at that. That's what I like to see. The water evaporates and the water flow sucks in the corpses. It's cool as hell. I love it. I love it. And also just like, thanks everybody for tuning in today, just in general. Whether you've spoken a lot or just tuned in briefly and said hi, like just thank you. Because the past like 2 weeks were kind of rough and kind of scary. But I do genuinely believe that with the right, marketing's the wrong word. With the right like call to arms, we can just get past that and keep streaming without issue, without concern. Because frankly, I told one of my teammates this. I've spent the last 3 years kind of converting this stream from kind of a pseudo mainstream game stream to roguelikes, Dwarf Fortress, and then whatever the fuck I think is interesting that probably you haven't heard of. And I think that that's a really valuable thing that not a lot of people get to do. Hey, look, a bunch of pond grabbers. Small creatures that lives in watery ditches, deep underground. It has a sharp beak and 4 tentacles and claws at the end. Its skin is weak, and its skin is weak, and its skin is blue. They just reach out and they go, ah, and then they eat you. But with a little bit of messaging and a little bit of yelling at people, I do think that screaming out into the internet void, I do think it's possible to keep that going indefinitely, or at least for a while. And I think once the Steam version comes out, that'll be much easier to keep going. Bits of the trees are falling. Look at that. That was quite the collapse, Christ. All of the tree bits of that fell off. I mean, honestly, like, I've been saying this for a while. I think I just need to keep this stream going until the Steam version comes out, and then we'll probably just be okay beyond that point, for at least a good while. Because y'all know that I'll be playing a lot of that. I will be streaming a lot of that. I'm looking forward to that. Because I can continue using Dwarf Fortress to promote other cool games that deserve some eyeballs that don't normally get it. Also, Mike 2025. If you genuinely think that, I think you haven't been paying much attention. I envy you. But that's okay. That's often my strategy, though, is to just expect the worst and then be pleasantly surprised. Honestly, I probably will be able to, but it's hard to say. My goal is to finish Longdeath first. But if you want, the save is just publicly available up on my Discord. And also, I can just give you a link if you ask me nicely. You could just download it and put it into StoneSense and take a look at it if you want. That's probably better than the Steam version, frankly, visuals-wise. So, if you want to take a look at it in 3D or in a tile set, you can absolutely do that already. But that's up to you to do on your own time. And I will be releasing another save file on year 405. Although, honestly, I'm looking forward to year 404, Year Not Found. So I think that'll be a fun year for some reason. I don't know. Just because the same reason that I find year 69 funny. Because I'm 12. Year 420 will be blazing. We're going to have to set a lot of things on fire on year 420, you know. Like, we're going to have to burn a lot of trees on year 420. I'm going to have to make a big bowl, fill it up with logs, and burn them all on year 420. No, and I also don't really send people to sites, so. We're not super actively trying to conquer the world or anything. There's no real reason to do that. No passing the blunt. Only if it's legal where you live and you choose to partake and you're a consenting adult. But no. Meanwhile, oh, Canada. You know, I don't know if this is satisfying for you guys to watch, but I will never get tired of just watching lava roll over top of water and burn things. It's so goddamn satisfying. How much lava is over here? Man, it's actually filling up back here. This area is slowly just getting covered with lava. It's not really flowing up here too much. Oh, hey, that Gorlak skeleton finally caught fire. Hallelujah. Wouldn't that be a wooden warhammer? It's like the talking stick, but Dwarf Fortress edition. But yeah, I think we'll play this for a little bit longer, and then after that we will swap over to some Conquest of Elysium. Try and take kobolds to fame and fortune. It's a game that quite a lot of people have told me that they've gotten weirdly addicted to after I started streaming it, so I guess that's a good thing. Welcome back, audio. Welcome back. How was dinner? Good after a long day of not eating, I suppose? Had a technical issue. Well, good you're back because it's autumn. You did indeed make it time. Make it time? Make it back in time. Yeah, I've spent the last like hour debating what I'm going to do for dinner tonight, and I think I'm going to make myself spicy fried rice because I still have so many of those. Hot peppers that I bought. With your brother and parents? Good stuff. Those are some of the best like holiday or festive days, or just like quiet, chill, the family members you like, not the ones you don't like. The humans are here to moo at us. Doop a doop, da doop da doop, da doop, da 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 dum dum dum. I mean, you could like make chicken fried rice with a little bit of soy sauce and or teriyaki and healthy ingredients instead of the mayo. Bagels, tuna, egg salad, cheese, apple cider, and a few other small things. That sounds lovely. Dude, I would kill for some bagels and like smoked salmon right now and cream cheese. You're afford at the moment for a grand cemetery. Please post screenshots on the Discord. Okay, thanks. You're having birthday lasagna? Did you put candles on it? Please tell me you put candles in the lasagna. Honestly, if you put candles in the lasagna, I would be super happy. I don't know why. That would just make me really happy. Hot God. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, you totally should have done that. I mean, you totally should have. You just, next year, put the candles on a lasagna and take photos and say like, I didn't get a cake this year, so I made do or something. Go viral, get imaginary internet points, acquire dopamine, wait until a year after. Yeah, I mean, you could also have a second birthday lasagna. That's also an option. I actually can't remember the last time I ate a lasagna. Not even just because carbs. Like, I genuinely can't remember the last time I ate a lasagna. I don't really make lasagna. Like, I used to eat frozen lasagnas pretty frequently when I still worked nights because I never had the energy to cook, but, like, genuinely, I have no idea when I last ate a lasagna. You brought us an enormous bronze corkscrew. How kind of them. Some goat cheese. Ooh, fancy. Prepared badger brain. 5 raspberries. Leather bag. It's for a good cause. It's for your birthday, man. Hell yeah. I'd gift you a sub, but you already have one, so I can't gift you anything else, unfortunately. A cat, a guinea hen, and a hen. That's a very foul shipment. Axon's supposed to be the other way around, my dude. Like, that, you're doing it backwards. But thanks for gifting out 5 subs, and thanks for hanging out and watching the stream as often as you do. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Axon? And happy birthday. Someone needs to gift a sub to Banana, because Banana dodged that. Did you get it, Stone? I may have missed it. Asked me to scroll. Although, I'm starting to wonder if this is more than 3 pages. Or if this is 3 pages. Thank you, Coldfire, for checking out a sub. Oh, that's your first one, too. That's a bad habit to get into. Don't do that too often. Tualpaca wool gloves. Okay, no, it's not the whole thing. We're good. You can pick someone. You just have to click on their name first. But thank you very much for checking out a sub. Cold. Thank you much. I mean, Axon already has a sub, so that's why I couldn't gift Axon one. But 2 pages, yeah. You'd be swearing if a 3-page tribute showed up. If the 3-page tribute showed up, I would freak out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'd freak out a lot. I'd be concerned. But regardless, thanks for gifting out a sub. Oh, we got a bunch more evaporation going on. Moving all that stuff. Oh, hey, and the fire actually made it to the other side. Meaning, it's not, the fire won't burn the corpses, the lava will, though. But the fire actually made it to this side, which is good. Meaning the lava's gonna get there eventually. Also, notice how the tantrums are happening a lot less. Like, we are still occasionally getting tantrums, but it's specifically just 2 dwarves, and it is a lot less. Also, Dominok got a bunch of crimes committed. I have a feeling we might get to 3 pages eventually. So, I mean, I don't want to cause panic, Stone, but I have a feeling we will get to those numbers eventually. It's just a suspicion, but... Captain of the Guard is fighting with Dominok and is now going to go research. Aren't you supposed to, you know, imprison him? I mean, or don't. The dwarves have arrived to trade. Correlation isn't causation, but this is seeming really correlated. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I have a feeling that it's gonna get higher. God, that's so much water evaporation. Fire makes water evaporate so quickly in Dwarfort. Like, look at all that. All of that water, like, sucking into the middle there is all because of the evaporation. All that steam. I'm just hoping that the fire goes up and burns those upper layers up here. Also, while we're at it, there's so many... I literally said that no dwarves have been tantruming in a while, but here we are in another dwarf tantrums. Cheers, Anonymous. Thanks for the $3.50. I'm out of coffee, so, but I'll raise an empty mug. Cheers. I need to get me some water in a bit, I think. I know it's you, Axon. Don't hide it as a ghost. I mean, Axon tends to do the $3.50, so. Because it's about Tree Fitty, you know? It's about Tree Fitty. Unless Axon is trying to start a hype train by himself. But then you gotta be quicker on the bullet with that. You do have to be quicker on the bullet for that. Because it has to all be within 5 minutes, unfortunately. So if you did that like within a minute after the second gift, after Coldfire gifted a sub, then yeah, it would have worked. But unfortunately, my gifted subs don't count, which makes me really sad that I can't put money into my own hype trains. But Twitch bullshit. I'll put it that way. Just Twitch bullshit. That's all it is. What do Twitch trains do? They hide the amount of money that you're spending on streams, so that it's easier to accidentally spend more money than you should on streams. That's what they do. That's about it, really. They go choo-choo? Yeah, pretty much. So basically, it hides the leaderboard at the top of the stream, like I said, making it harder to tell how much money you've spent on streams. They're kind of like just a reminder that streamer needs to make money, basically. But I don't know. I've always had very mixed feelings about how I feel about them. Like, personally, if I had my way, my dream scenario would just be, this is going to sound like a lot of money, but it's about what I need for rent. Just get $1,500 a month on Patreon. Don't put any ads on my YouTube videos, and maybe have a couple like Prime subs or reoccurring subs on Twitch. That would be the ideal for me, and just say screw bits and pipe trains and all that shit, because all that stuff just ends up costing a small group of people a lot of money, instead of spreading it out and making it kind of fair. But unfortunately, I'm not a big enough streamer to be able to do that, so that would just be my ideal, because then I could just stream. But we'll get there eventually. I like to keep things as unbiased as possible. Also try not to encourage the trains too much. I do sometimes, I'll admit, but they can be fun, but they can also just cost people a lot of money. The subtleties are pretty impressive as long as you don't mumble they're super accurate. What? In relation to what now? All right, chat. We've done a lot of Longdeath today. We've made it through almost 2 years. We're in the year 313. Oh, the subtitles. Oh, I read that as subtleties, so I was confused. That's my bad. I missaw it. Except for when I do stuff like this. It just said I was confused. I think it's getting sentient. Anyway, I'm going to, I think, change games now. So this has been a good day of Longdeath. No new babies, but our youngest child, Diamond, made an artifact, which is cool. We wrote the literally best book ever, which is... I can't even see it now. Beating the Algorithm. I'm not seeing it now, but I know that it's here somewhere. But we wrote a book about defeating the algorithm, which is incredible. Victory Against the Algorithm was the name of the book. So shout outs to that book and the dwarf that wrote it, which is Tiny Goliath. And we did some more cleaning and we memorialized a lot of things, and a lot of dwarves went to prison and came out, and some of them are better and some of them are worse. So it's going to be a while, I think. Victory by the algorithm. There you go. So I think that's it for Longdeath for the day. If you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime. We're going to go play some Conquest of Elysium unless there's really loud complaints. So I'm going to go play some Conquest of Elysium. I want to go play some Kobolds and such. So if you want to stick around for that, that's cool. But if you're tuning out now, I also understand. As always, the lurks are appreciated. Let's see, is there anybody else streaming DF right now that I could recommend? Gnome Bitten is streaming some DF. I can recommend Gnome Bitten. And Sinless Moon, I've heard some things about, is also streaming DF, who I can recommend. And Bending Gidfran, or however you say their name, is also streaming Dwarf Fortress. So shout outs to those three. And we're going to go play some Conquest of Elysium. You strangely really enjoy watching me play. Like, it's weirdly hypnotic, isn't it?